Um, Okay, so you've set the recording. And we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Then if everybody'd stand and join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I want to say that there were no reportable actions taken in the closed session. So we'll come to public comment number 2. Is there anybody, Michelle, who's indicated that they would like to make a public comment?
If anybody would like to give a public comment, you can raise your hand now or press *9 if you called in. Last call for public comment. And Director Bernstein, I see none.
Okay, then I'll ask the chief to give us his report, please.
Thank you, Director Bernstein, members of the board, and to our community. So first of all, just a quick update from us on our COVID status. Excuse me. As you'll see, I'll be part of that status here.
Wait, before you go on, Chief Chuck, I just got a text from someone saying that they can't get into the room.
Michelle, do you have a response for that?
There's no room to get into. Can they not hear what's happening? Can they not hear you speak?
Oh, never mind. I think she forgot that they're invisible to the group. So, okay, no big deal. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Chuck. I just wanted to make sure that everyone who wanted to be in can be in.
Of course, thank you. Go ahead, Chief.
Got it. So it looks like I might have been on mute when I started, so which is probably fine because I had a small coughing spasm. But Director Bernstein and members of the board and to our community, happy to sit with you and share some things that are going on in our department, our district. Let's start with just a little update on COVID. We have still had some activity. We're finding that the COVID variant that's currently out there now is certainly contagious. I will attest to that. And there's a small change to this because we had said since our last report, we have had 5 editions. I will be the 6th edition, tested positive on Saturday. So if I sound a little congested and seem a little bit off, it's probably accurate, but feeling much better. So for us, the impacts beyond that, like we said, we've had a few additional positive tests at work. We are not seeing any impacts with our ambulance service right now with AMR. We don't have any increase in wall times. So that's good news. Other items of importance, probably the most exciting news is the first item. And this is just a recognition for our clerk of the board, Michelle, who has been awarded from, let me make sure I get this right, the International Institute of Municipal Clerks. She's been awarded the designation of Certified Municipal Clerk. And this is something the IIMC grants only to those municipal clerks who complete demanding education requirements and who have a record of significant contributions to their local government, their community, and their state. So congratulations, Michelle. Obviously, we appreciate your talents and are happy that you are sharing with us with them here. Congratulations on this certification.
Thank you, Chief Lorenzen.
Sure. An update on our regional training center site. This was something that came up during our committee meetings, and I just was asked to add it to my chief's report as kind of a status update. This is our regional training center out off the Dumbarton Bridge. Right now, we still don't have definitive word from PG&E on when they might ask us to vacate that site. We are still proceeding as if it's going to be sooner rather than later. right now, in speaking with Chief Ellis, our goal is to be in a position to be out of there by the end of October and to have relocated our equipment, mostly the burn boxes, over to the eastern portion of the site. We're reaching out to a contractor to kind of get a ballpark estimate on what that might cost us to relocate. That I will come back to the board, based on the numbers and share. Well, I certainly will share that with you, but we'll have to see what the number is and see what kind of process we need to go through in order to take care of complying with all of our requirements. But again, PG&E has a right to have us vacate that within 15 days notice. So we need to be in a position where we just need to be on the safe side. And so we're proactively looking at moving that site, hopefully again by the end of October. An update on Station 4 as it nears completion. We are expecting to be able to occupy the fire station by July. That's an approximate date. The house that we purchased that's behind it, where the firefighters are currently housed, will come down after we've taken occupancy of the fire station. Then, as far as a ribbon cutting and grand opening, we're looking at fall. We'll do that after the houses come down and we finished all the concrete work there. So it will be beautiful and ready for all of the public to be able to come in and share us as we have a ribbon cutting. And then I can also report that we are expecting the Station 4 project to come in under budget. One other item that I had was, we actually had a really nice thank you letter that I would have included in as an attachment in the documents, but there was so much protected information in there that I couldn't. But I will just share that we had a family that was on Laurel Street in Menlo Park that was really, really incredibly satisfied with the compassionate care that was rendered to one of their family members in April. So I just wanted to share that with the board. Significant incidents that we had a structure fire. It was a residential structure fire in the 3000 block of Middlefield Road. Really nothing of significance. And then just while we were in closed session, unfortunately, we had a somewhat significant incident, a multi-casualty incident down in East Palo Alto. We had a multiple shooting that occurred at Jack Farrell Park on Fordham Street. We had 4 victims, and unfortunately, one passed away at the scene. So probably more information will come out on that. That's just unfolding, and obviously, there's a pretty significant police investigation going on with that right now. So sorry to end on that sad note there, but that's it with it for my chief's report. Any questions?
Chief, I do have one question. We call it the Regional Training Center. Are there any other agencies other than the fire district that are responsible for it or that have rights to it or anything?
To our specific facilities, not that I'm aware of.
Well,
we certainly share it. Whether I don't believe anyone has a right to it. We share it because it's a valuable asset and something we do collaboratively. And I'm talking more to the on the fire side of things. Obviously, we're also sharing the USAR side with canine groups. There's just a whole variety of different groups we share it with, but an actual right to it, I don't believe so.
Well, I was asking in terms of the costs of moving parts of it, I just wondered if there's anybody else that should be sharing in the cost of that. For example, is that a reasonable cost that should be in the USAR budget?
That's a great question, and I'll follow up and get back with you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay, if nobody has any questions, I guess we could have public question about it. Michelle, would you ask for public input, please? I may have lost Michelle for a minute, so I'll ask.
It's okay, I'm here, sorry. Is that for the chief's report? I'll assume so. If anybody has any public comment on the chief's report, you could engage the raise hand feature or press *9 if you called in. Last call for public comment. And seeing none, Director Bernstein, send it back to you.
Okay, so I will move now to item number 2 and open a public hearing on the notice to destroy weeds, declaring weeds to be a public nuisance. So the public hearing is now in session. Is there any public comment on the weeds?
Anybody has any public comment on the notice to destroy weeds, now would be the time to speak. You could engage the raise hand feature or press *9 if you called in. Last call for the public hearing, public comment on destroying weeds. Director Bernstein, I see none.
Thank you. I will close the public hearing now and move to item number 3 on the agenda, which is to approve a resolution authorizing the fire chief to undertake the removal of weeds and abatement of public nuisance following a public hearing on objections and protests. Hearing no,
I'll move to approve.
okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Rob Solano has seconded it. And
Rob's in the house.
what about discussion? Any comments from the boards on this proposal? I assume, well, I'll ask for public comment also, I suppose, that, but since it's a different agenda item number, I'll ask for public comment on this as well. Any public comment on the resolution?
If anybody has any public comment, please engage your raise hand feature or press *9 on your phone if you called in. And Director Bernstein, I see none.
Okay. We have a motion to approve the resolution and second, have a roll call vote, please.
Director Jones,
Yes.
Director Crawley,
Aye.
Director McLaughlin,
Aye.
Director Solano,
Aye.
Director Bernstein.
Aye. Okay, the resolution is approved 5-0. Thank you. Move to item number 4, well, 4, 5, and 6, which are the consent calendar.
Chuck,
Yes, Robert, go ahead.
I would, if I can get my question answered without long conversation, I would like to pull the finance part of this, because I have a question about on the report, the finance committee report.
What, I think it would be the fastest, Robert, if we just pulled it and just left, that's number 5. So let's just pull it and then you can ask your question. We can get through it, I think, more quickly.
Okay.
Okay, then I'll move to approve the consent for items 4 and 6.
So, second.
Okay, approved, moved by Virginia and seconded by Rob. Any comments or, well, I guess there is no consent calendar. So we'll have a roll call vote.
Director Jones,
Aye.
Director Crawley,
Aye.
Director McLaughlin,
Aye.
Director Solano,
Aye.
Director Bernstein.
Aye. Okay, so number 4 and 6 are approved. We'll come back to number 5. Robert, go ahead.
So Chief Lamb, if you're on, I'm referring to page, the first question is on page, excuse me, give me a second. Page 20, yes. So the question is, could someone, what is the, I'm looking at on a operating cash, on the operating cash balance, which is on page 20. And specifically, I'm looking at the line item, under the cash, the second from the bottom, it says Philanthropic Venture Foundation. And I noticed that there's a dollar amount in that that's there of $17,000 and some change. What is this account being used for at this current moment?
If Long's available to answer that, because I will probably get it not entirely correct.
Sorry, I'm available now. I couldn't unmute myself earlier. So that balance that you're seeing there is the our donation amounts, and there's no use for it right now. But we're planning to do a transfer back this month to our general accounts.
So what would the intention it was used for initially?
It was for our Menlo Fires donation depository donation accounts, and part of that is for the one of the fires. I forgot what fire it was, but it was set up for a specific fire to assist with the expenditures that were incurred.
Well, I can add a little bit to that, Robert. Really, that was like, I think there was one thing that people, for example, wanted to contribute to for like the canine programs, like insurance to cover dogs, for example, something along those lines. This was years ago. And so this was a foundation or a nonprofit vehicle for that to happen.
For what I understand, maybe from a historic perspective, 2 years ago, there was money donated from someone to CCM when it was around. And I noticed that that money got deposited into that account as well. And that's what it was initially set up for. So I thought that fund, it was $10,000, and I know some of it got depleted. And so what I'm hearing now is that it was my people that is for a canine program, that money was added to it. And I guess some other donation from somewhere else got money added to it as well.
No, that account was established before the CCM, I believe.
No, it wasn't, for sure.
I think it was. This is with
Okay.
Philanthropic Ventures. It was established when I first, even before I'd gotten on the board for this type of donation. And that was, unless it's a different account that I'm not familiar with.
Can I chime in on that?
Sure.
We currently have two accounts with PVFs right now. One is
okay.
for the district's accounts, and one is for our USAR programs.
Thank
Then the
you.
canine part is for the USAR account, Robert. So then that other account may be for CCM.
So Long, you saying that at some point that's going to get closed out? You're saying you're going to close it out and
So we need to figure out what the use is for. Then we'll send a letter to PVF to request the fund to be transferred back to the district. So we're working on that this month. So you'll see a zero balance in May.
so is that something that it should get referred to finance department or back to the chief on? Because it sounds like there's two different uses for that's going on with that particular account.
Right. So basically, we just need to figure out what we're going to use it for. Then we need to draft a letter stating the use for the funds in order for PVF to transfer the funds back to the district. So
I'm not advocating
sure.
canceling. I just want to know what a use that I thought it was for, but what is actually is being used for, because it was just still there based upon what I thought the money was for.
So Director Jones, we'll look into this. You know, I'm not sure if it's the same account that the CCM monies went into.
Yeah,
What we've
Same
been.
foundation.
Yeah, we're getting, I received a letter with them. They have these monies held in trust for us. And as long as we identify a use for them, they'll reimburse us. And so
Right.
we were looking to just identify something that we're already going to spend money on so that we can get the reimbursement and zero out the account. That being said, if there's CCM monies in there, we'll loop back in with you because that's not my understanding of what it is, but we'll check and make sure.
Okay.
Right, so if it's already been earmarked or if it's something that should go back to CCM or into the CERT program, we can come back to the board with some recommendations on that.
Thank you.
Let me chime in also, Chief, could you also check with our council to see if we have to honor any strings that were attached to the gift?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, Robert, you had a second question, I believe, on this report.
Actually, it was around the same item. Let me make sure. Oh, yes, thank you, Chuck. The second item focus on page 19, and I guess I see it where it transferred from the general fund over to the capital improvement fund. Well, there was some money, the $3 million that was showing up under the general fund where it said operating transfer. And then I saw the same amount focusing on show up under the capital improvement, the transfer from the general fund of 3 million. Did that get relayed? That's part of the cost or monies being used for the improvements and for the buildings that we are going about trying to develop.
so that 3 million that you're seeing as a transfer in from the general fund to the CIP fund, that's basically the budget transfer for the fiscal year 2022 that we did during the budget process.
Mhm.
So that 3 millions is earmarks towards future rebuilds of fire stations. So it's in the CIP funds, and we're gonna use it for future rebuilds.
Now the 38,000 that's right above that, I couldn't figure out where it got transferred into. I wasn't sure where that revenue came from. You see right above the 3 million under capital improvement,
Oh, okay.
the
So
other finance source.
yes. So the other finance source that you're seeing, the 38,000, last month, we received a development contributions from one of the developers. Is related to a contract negotiation that we did back a few years ago. Basically is the impact fees that we kind of negotiate with the developers because due to the construction that will increase our service levels towards them for them.
Oh, that's good news. Good negotiation, I should say. That's it. That's it for me.
Thank you. Virginia, could I ask you, please, to put this issue of philanthropic ventures on the Finance Committee agenda, the next one, just to follow
Sure.
up? Because Eagle Eye Robert here has really uncovered something that I hadn't noticed when I read this. And if I'm not mistaken, this is the first time on this report, Treasurer's report, that I've seen that as an item. So I think it's a new item. And I just
Yeah.
like, I'd like to
I've
understand
I've been seeing it. I just haven't, I just went along with the ball program. So now,
Yeah, and I obviously didn't know that we had two different accounts, thinking that we only had one. Robert, so thanks for that.
Yeah.
So Michelle, if you wouldn't mind making sure that this goes on the next month's Finance Committee agenda, that'd be great.
I will.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd like a motion then to approve, unless there's no other comments. I guess I should ask here for any input, public input.
If any members of the public have public comment on agenda item number 5, the treasurer's report, please engage the raise hand feature now, or you can press *9 if you called in. Last call for public comment. And seeing none, Director Bernstein, you
Okay,
can continue.
I need a motion then to approve item number 5, please.
I make a motion that we approve item number 5.
I'll second.
Robert made the motion, Virginia seconded. Any comment from other board members? Okay, roll call vote, please, Michelle.
Director Jones,
Aye.
Director Crawley,
Aye.
Director McLaughlin,
Aye.
Director Solano,
Aye.
Director Bernstein.
Aye. Okay, approved 5-0. And we'll move now to the, excuse me, regular agenda. Item number 7, which is a resolution authorizing the purchase of new fire hose. Chief, would you like to discuss this?
I will. I'll take this one. So this is a request from your board to approve the purchase of new hose for the 6 new engines that will be coming in the first quarter of the next fiscal year. This has been a longstanding practice for the district to take the opportunity to replace hose and cycle it out as we purchase new equipment. So I know that a comment has been made in the past, and we will make sure that when we come to the board for a new piece of apparatus or equipment, it will be fully costed out. This item here is not requesting for budget approval. This item is in the proposed preliminary budget that the board will be considering tonight. Instead, this is a request for the board to authorize purchasing authority since it exceeds the $100,000 limit for myself. So with that, I will take any questions.
Are there any questions? Like somebody to make a motion to approve the resolution? Oh, Rob?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution.
Okay, and a second, please.
I'll
second
second.
Oh, wow.
Wow, I don't know who was.
I don't care. I mean, I think Jim, that's fine. It doesn't matter. It's getting seconded.
Okay, Jim,
Rock, paper, scissors.
Michelle, did you get that? That Jim seconded the motion?
Yes, I have Director Solano made the motion and Director McLaughlin seconded it.
Okay, and any public input on this item?
If any member of the public has a comment on agenda item number 7, please engage the raise hand feature or press *9 on the phone. Be called in. Last call for public comment. And Director Bernstein, you can continue.
Okay, we have, is there any further discussion by board members? Okay, let's have a roll call vote then, please, Michelle.
Director Jones,
Aye.
Director Crawley,
Aye.
Director McLaughlin,
Aye.
Director Solano,
Aye.
Director Bernstein.
Aye. Motion is approved, or the resolution is approved 5-0. Move to item number 8, which is to a resolution authorizing the fire chief to execute a contract with Innovative Claims Solutions for workers' compensation claims administrative services for a 5-year period ending June 30, 2027. Are you doing that, Chief, or is that?
I am going to turn it over to Francine.
Okay,
Okay, good evening, Board of Directors. So I would like to ask the board to approve the resolution for a 5-year contract with Innovative Claims Solutions. The district has been utilizing Innovative Claims Solutions for approximately 20 years for our workers' compensation administration, and the current 5-year contract is set to expire on June 30th of this year. So according to our purchasing policy procedures, we went out for RFP on March 9th. And we posted the RFP for approximately 4 weeks on our website, and I direct mailed it to 4 businesses that manage workers' compensation administration. I did have communication with several companies, but only one company submitted a proposal, and that was with our current third-party administrator, ICS. The proposal includes a 5-year renewal with approximately 12.55% fee increase over the course of the contract. And the contract includes a reopener if our open indemnity claims increase or decrease by more than 10% during the term of the renewal. The first year of the fee for fiscal year 22-23, there's actually a 3% reduction in premiums compared to what we're paying now. The second year of the contract will be equivalent and mirror what we're paying for the current fiscal year. And then it will go up 3% each year until year 5, where it will end on June 30, 2027. So I'm just asking the board for to authorize the chief to approve this resolution with Innovative Claim Solutions.
Can I ask a point of clarification, Francine? On that, on page 81, which is the in your report, and it talked about, it starts off with the anticipated budget needs for payment of claims for fiscal year 2023 is $800,000. And you said it was based on experience. And then the second sentence is talking about, in addition, staff has budgeted $510,000 for the cost for the district excess premium, insurance premium. Could you maybe talk to me a little bit? I'm kind of a little confused about, about what that really means.
Sure. So, so the district is self-insured for workers' compensation. So what that means is we pay for all claims, claims management, claims administration, all medical bills the district pays for. And so based on our history, we are projecting the cost for the actual claims to be approximately $800,000, and that would include like stipulations and future medical expenses for worker comp injuries. The $510,000 is the premium. We pay an insurance premium to an excess workers' compensation carrier in the event that we have claims that exceed $1 million. Then we don't have to cover anything over the $1 million because we're paying this premium to a third-party administrator who manages the excess workers' compensation. So it's much like insurance for your car. You pay the insurance, and if something happens, then the broker will pay, to fix your car. And so that's kind of what we do for the excess insurance. Is that if a claim exceeds the self-insured retention level, which is $1 million, then it's Safety National is who we use. Safety National will be on the hook to pay anything above that. And for that, we pay this annual premium of $510,000 for that coverage.
So that 510 is every year.
Every year, and it goes up because it's they basically base it on our payroll and claims volume, and so it increases a little bit every year, but that's the budgeting for 2022, 2023 for self-insured retention insurance.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
I have a question.
Any other questions?
Yes,
What, Virginia, did you say you had one?
I do.
Okay.
So Francine, I'm looking on page 2 or page 82 of this report.
Yes.
And this proposal includes this 12.55% increase over the course of the contract, meaning then I guess the renewal for over the next 5 years, right? So what are we getting for that increase? I mean, the next paragraph is the second full paragraph. It says ICS is committed to providing the following services: creating claim files, determining compensation by investigation, et cetera, et cetera. I'm assuming that's the baseline, but then it says, in addition, ICS will also oversee bill review, litigation review, and required reporting, and will communicate with HR, employees, medical providers to ensure a successful treatment of industrial related injuries. Is that where the 12.55, I mean, what are we, I guess what is the 12.55 percent increase for?
So, so it's actually a little bit less. I mean, over the 5-year period, it does increase that, but we're kind of starting 3% below what we're paying now. So it does cover all of those things that you mentioned, all kind of claims management, medical management, our PPO network, utilization review, bill review, hospital bill review. So it is a lot of services that they do provide. And it is, I know it's hard to see because we don't have any other submittals.
Right.
But I did speak to actually 2 other, even though I did direct mail it to 4, one including ICS, one person didn't respond, and the other 2 I did have conversations with, and they both had expressed that actually one wanted our current contract, and they had expressed that they wouldn't be able to beat that rate, that we have a really good rate for the services that we have. And so neither of those 2 submitted. So it is a very, very competitive, and it also was competitive last time around when we went out to RFP. ICS was the lowest, and they do remain the lowest in the industry. So I'm guessing it's just increasing in their costs, right? Over a 5-year period, it's going up approximately 3%, even though we're starting 3% below for year 1. So in actuality, it's probably, kind of like 9%, because we're going back. We're basically going down 3% for the first year. The second year will mirror what we pay, and then it's only the 3 additional years where it creeps up 3% each year.
So should we expect this to go up even more to be in line with what could be perceived as the prevailing market rate if we're this much lower?
Yeah, so if we could definitely expect that. I mean, after this 5-year contract is up, that I don't know how long they will honor because we have been customers with them for a long time. I'm not sure how long they will honor a really rate for the district, but it is very competitive. And I probably, with the one company, exchanged probably at least 10 emails, and they finally said we can't compete with that rate. So I do know it is competitive, and it will adjust, and this is actually the same as the last contract we were in. Each year it went up 3%, even though this time they're actually stepping back 3%, and then we start from there. So they gave us kind of a discount on the first year, and the second year will match this past, current fiscal year, and then we'll go up for the 3 consecutive years after that. So aggregate, I guess 9% if you take into account what we're stepping back.
Okay. I mean, we really don't have much of a choice if this is the only bid we got in.
That's right. We kind of, yeah. And we do get really good service with ICS. They're local. They're highly responsive. They really know the district's claim history, volume. So it's
so this $800,000 is this right around $800,000 is probably based off of past claims.
Yeah, that's true. And that may be high, because there's it depends. It's really hard to project how much you'll need to spend if someone gets, has a very expensive, claim, and we have to settle out in any given year. That could really, spike it. If we're just managing kind of future medical and, regular, hospital or medical care, it's not as expensive. It could be considerably less, but we have had a few high years, and so I thought to be safe, to budget at a little bit higher level.
Okay.
One last point of clarification or education. Do you have an idea as to the range of payouts that we have had in categories?
I know kind of when basically since I've been here, there have been a few that have exceeded my signing authority. So, you know, probably I think the highest maybe that I've seen in the year that I've been here has been about 20,000. But there's been much higher for sure. And I don't have that history. I could get it, but I don't know it.
You have to do extra work. I'm just curious as to understanding what the payout has been.
Right.
Yeah. And this is for all the employees across the board, right? Sworn in
Right.
and
Yeah,
sworn.
it's for all the employees, and like, you know, a claim from start to finish can really aggregate a very high dollar amount. Also, especially if there's, you know, any procedures for like a surgery or something like that. And you add on top of that the 4850 cost. And that's not necessarily a payout, but that's still what we're self-insured for. So it's still a cost, even though it's not a payout. It's still a cost and would be included in that, you know, in that number for claims. So yeah, it's kind of unpredictable, but it is quite expensive actually, you know, to provide workers' compensation and settlements and hospital. And
You think over the last 2 years with COVID, some of that may have spiked a little bit?
yeah, definitely. Our experience, we have a lot more claims for sure. They have increased, and COVID does have a big part of it. I can't even remember during our peak when we had our outbreaks. Yeah, it was a large number, and the number's not coming to me now, but that will definitely skew the data for sure. The good thing, hopefully, with the COVID claims is there won't be as much, you know, long-term cost. Hopefully those are kind of, you know, once they recover and back, basically the protocol is closing out the claims. Once they're returned to work and no longer have COVID, then that claim will be closed, which is much different if someone gets injured on the job. Then those claims usually don't close as quickly, and those claims will incur a greater or a higher amount of future medical costs. So that's, even though there is an uptick with COVID, the kind of the duration of the claim, I think those are much faster to close. So that's a good thing for projecting costs.
All right, thank you, Francine. You muted, Chuck.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I had a couple questions. Do we have any other fund that pays people that are injured through payroll? In other words, separate from workers' comp? Do we have any benefit, like somebody's injured, they get a week off and we cover it, or is everything handled through workers' comp?
So the 4850, I mean, we still cover it. We do where does handle it, but it is basically managed through workers' comp, because we track, you know, how long someone is out on 4850 and what the 4850 voucher payments are. But it is paid, you know, through the district from payroll. The payments don't come from ICS; it actually comes from payroll. But we do track it as part of the claim.
So that wouldn't be included in the 800,000 you're saying?
So the 800,000, I think in that amount is, it doesn't include 4850, but, and I'm actually, it may include temporary disability requirements, which are required under the California state law, but I'm not exactly sure if the TD payments are, I believe the TD payments are part of that 800, but not the 4850.
I see. Okay. And then does the third-party administrator, do they have any authority to approve settlements, or do all of them have to be approved by you?
All of them come through the district.
Okay. Well, I think it's very, I mean, the price is very reasonable. And I mean, I calculated out, it looks like, you know, the total payment is somewhere in the neighborhood of 3% of payroll. which is actually kind of low given the profession that many of the people, the firefighters and so forth. I mean, we pay more than that. We pay 4 or 5% for people who are janitors, for example.
Yeah.
So it seemed very reasonable, but it is too bad we didn't get anybody else billing. It's your feeling then that the only reason that we didn't get anybody else bidding on this is because they couldn't be competitive?
So there's a couple of reasons, I think. That was the main reason. So one of the companies I reached out to was a company that I used for 2 of my prior employers. They're a much larger company. They didn't respond at all. And so I don't know why they didn't respond. I know sometimes the larger companies aren't interested in smaller agencies. It's not as much of a benefit. They don't maybe get as big of a premium. I'm not sure. The one company that because I did a survey, I surveyed some local agencies to see who they used, because I'm not from the San Mateo area. And so I wanted to see who was in this area. And there was a response for a company that came really highly rated. And I reached out to them and they wrote me back and basically had just signed a big contract with the city of Redwood City, and so didn't have the bandwidth to take on an additional client, but also mentioned the costing. And then the other company definitely was the price. They said that they could not be competitive with it. So I think maybe a combination of maybe, their bandwidth for the one company that went with City of Redwood City, but I do know a lot of the basically workers' comp administration. I think they prefer larger customers. I think it actually is true for all benefits, honestly. I've had a little kind of challenge with kind of working or negotiating new benefits for the district. And I think that a lot of providers aren't as interested in going with smaller companies. So it makes it a little bit of a challenge, but yeah, we did have communication. I communicated with 3, but the one had just accepted a big caseload with Redwood City, and then the other one said the price that they could not be competitive. So
this is not the time because we've got too much on our plate right now. But at some point, I would love to see the finance committee just take a look and see what we are paying out. Just take a look at the actuals and just try to understand what's happening with workers' comp. And I think the plan that we have to be self-insured for claims under $1 million and have catastrophic coverage for claims over $1 million, I think makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's pretty standard. That's what I did at the City of Milpitas and City of Santa Clara as well. And Safety National is a very, very large third-party administrator for excess workers' compensation, and I use them at prior agencies. They're usually the most competitive. So yeah, for safety positions, for sure, 1 million SIR is typical. But even non-safety positions can exceed that. I've seen it at prior agencies. Fortunately, not here at the district, but.
And if somebody appeals an ICS a recommendation, who defends that appeal? Do you do that, or does ICS do that?
So when you say an ICS decision, is it a denied claim or denied treatment, or?
Yeah, and any of those things. If there's an appeal of some sort, who goes to the appeals?
So if it's a denied claim, then we haven't had any that have been appealed since I've been here, but I think that would be a conversation that, I mean, unless it goes before, like it's a formal one that goes before the Workers' Comp Appeal Board, it would just be something where they would reach out to the district to see for the claim if we wanted to, if there was any change in the position, if something changed, if we got more information. But if it goes before the Workers' Comp Appeal Board, then that's a different process. And I actually haven't been before the Workers' Compensation Appeal Board for a denied claim before.
Okay. Okay, I was just curious how comprehensive the service of ICS was.
Yeah, so they would definitely. So there's it's very actually comprehensive. So once injured worker is represented, typically ICS will get representation on that claim as well. And so they do work with the injured worker attorney. And then we have, so it's the applicant attorney and then basically the ICS attorney. So they do a lot of review, kind of a lot of management, litigation. It is actually very comprehensive, and they would represent the district, their attorney, if we did have to go before the Workers' Compensation Appeal Board. So I worked with attorneys from ICS on different claims and found them to be very capable. And so they do have a kind of a wide array of services, and they have been doing this for a very long time. They serve another local fire district. And lots of, local cities. So they have the experience.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any questions? Let's go to public comment then. Any public comment on this item, number 8?
If anybody has any public comment on agenda item number 8, please engage your raise hand feature, or you can press *9 if you called in. Last call for public comment. And Director Bernstein, continue. There's none.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor.
We don't have a motion.
No, we don't. I'll make a motion to approve a resolution authorizing the fire chief to execute a contract with Innovative Claim Solutions for workers' comp claims administrative services for a 5-year period ending June 30th, 2027.
Thank you, Virginia. Do I have a second?
Second.
Robert seconded it. Any further comment? Let's go to a roll call vote.
Let me just have one quick comment, Chuck. I do want to keep an eye on, if there are any kind of changes in terms of the cost of this as well. So I'm going to assume that, we've got a good deal now, but I don't know what it's going to look like in the future.
I'd appreciate if you'd put it on the finance committee agenda after the budget's done and all that stuff.
Okay, we can do that. Are you thinking maybe in the July meeting?
July or August, I don't think there's any rush. I just think at some point.
Okay, let's look at it in July, and then we can always move it out to August. Michelle, would you mind making note of that, please?
I will do so.
Thank
Thank
you.
Okay, any other comment? Roll call, please, Michelle.
Director Jones,
Aye.
Director Crawley,
Aye.
Director McLaughlin,
Aye.
Director Solano,
Aye.
Director Bernstein.
Aye. Resolution's approved 5-0. Okay, item number 9 is a resolution authorizing the surplusing of 2 vehicles. Chief, are you?
Got this. Yes, I've got this one. This one's pretty straightforward. This is typically we need to come to the board requesting the ability to surplus any equipment that was purchased for more than $5,000. One point of correction on the report, I just became aware that it's not entirely accurate. When we were talking about the Dodge Caravan, it was originally, in here it says it was purchased for the ham radio operators. It was actually originally purchased for Carol Parker. And then when she received a new vehicle or a replacement vehicle, we allowed BlackBerry React to use it as a volunteer organization. So that's the only inaccuracy. And with that, we're just looking to surplus the vehicles and sell them through whatever method we typically use. Anyway, that's it. Any questions for me?
Yes.
Yes.
So, would the ham radio operators not have a district vehicle then moving forward?
So I'm not exactly sure how the ham radio operators got included in there. My understanding is they don't currently have a district vehicle. That was just an incorrect statement in there.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry, what was the incorrect statement?
Chuck.
Yeah, but I just want to understand what the incorrect statement was.
Oh, and in the discussion, it says the fire district purchased a 2000 Dodge Caravan for the ham radio program. It was not, it was originally purchased for Carol Parker, who was our community educator, or I don't know what her title was at the time.
I see.
When her vehicle was replaced, we allowed a group called Blackberry React, a volunteer organization, to use the vehicle. And I think we had board authority for that back when that was approved. So that was the incorrect statement in there.
I would like to add, though, the other vehicle was, as stated here, intended to be a rehab vehicle, but it was actually, this is, well, the CERT volunteers were trained. I happen to be one of them, trained to serve in that capacity for like a wildland fire or an extended incident where people needed just relief and rest and possibly refreshment and so forth. But in the meantime, then CERT was using that as a support vehicle whenever there were drills or whatever. It was outfitted with all of the CERT things, dummies and what do you call them, cones and all kinds of things. It was used, I don't know, almost every other month or something for a drill or an event of some sort. So I just want to make a note that that really wasn't covered in the staff report here at all.
Yeah, and
But
so
Ms-
Chuck,
wait a second,
go on.
Rob Solano was first, and
Oh, I didn't see his hand. I don't see him on the screen.
Rob, go ahead, please.
No, Chuck, I just wanted to make the motion, but continue with the questioning. Go ahead, Virginia.
Oh, I just am wondering, oh no, Chuck, you brought up some really good points. I mean, is this something that some of our volunteers can use instead of taking it out of commission, essentially?
Well, let me say, these vehicles were always problematic because I myself went over, they were, at least the one, the CERT one that I'm speaking of was stored behind the house that's next to the admin building at 170. And I sometimes was there at 5:30 in the morning, picking it up to position it somewhere. And almost every time I go there, it wouldn't start and so forth. So, I mean, these vehicles were not in great shape and they probably, should be replaced or something. But what troubles me about this is that this is one of the problems I have with how the district deals with CERT and the ham radio operators and so forth. It doesn't even ask them. It just, sort of pulls something out from underneath without even consulting on it. And it just troubles me that, I don't know. I think just the approach is wrong.
So my
comment?
understanding with
Well, I
these
mean, I agree
vehicles-
with that.
My understanding with these vehicles is they've been sitting idle and are not in great condition. There may be opportunities if we want to explore an appropriate vehicle, depending on our support for CERT. I think that will be probably some of our discussions during budget tonight. We can take an approach to actually providing something like that. In my short time here, it seems like we are we have accumulated quite a bit of stuff, and we tend to hold on to it, and we're trying to get rid of some of the stuff that we have not been using and it's not prudent for us to keep. So I think there's some opportunities if we want to support some volunteer groups and things like that, we can do it, but I'm not sure that these two items are necessarily the right way to approach it.
Well,
Chuck?
I'm not saying they are. I'm just saying that, like with Chuck, the
Oh,
community
process wise, I get it.
Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, the chief makes a great point. When I've gone to either Station 1 or even headquarters, there's a lot of vehicles that are parked that are definitely newer than a 2000 Dodge Caravan and a 2004 GMC vehicle. And I think, maybe that's something that the chief could have his staff do and kind of make, I don't know if it's appropriate to have those vehicles or some vehicles that are newer in the fleet to have accessibility to our volunteer groups. And if our insurance will do that, it's just something that I would like to explore, Chief, than have these people, drive a vehicle that's over 20 years old or 22 years old.
Okay, and were there other comments?
Chuck, if I
Yes,
may,
go ahead, please, Robert.
take my hand down. So, all right. Two questions, comments. The first one is what we have before us is two vehicles, two trucks, and they asking us what, I guess we need to dispose of them because they're no longer servable for the district. My question and what I'm trying to explore is there anything that's precluding us from actually donating these particular two trucks to maybe a fire district that may not necessarily, maybe a small one, and specifically I'm thinking about the fire station up in La Honda. I remember when right after the fire that was going on, and I had an opportunity to visit them up there, and they are mainly a volunteer kind of group, and also they are they really they're not in a position to be able to get a brand new type of truck or item. And I was wondering if there's any what precludes us from donating something of this nature, if it's usable, still got some life in it, to whether it's that La Honda or Pescadero or wherever, some other place. Is there? I know tax, not giving away taxpayers' money is something that we don't want to do, but it's something in this nature. Is that there's a possibility to do that? Maybe they might not even want it, but just being able to offer to them, because I know they're running on a shoestring budget too up there.
I don't know if
Chief, this is
Go
Steve
ahead.
Miller. I can help chime in with an answer if you like.
Yeah, please.
Absolutely, Steve, you're the man.
Please, Steve.
So the district policy allows for donation of surplus only if the district is unable to sell the surplus property, and only if the cost of, or I should say, if the cost of selling the property is greater than the value of the property itself. And those two rules are precisely to avoid the issue you raised, Director Jones, about providing gifts. So, but your policy does contemplate donation, but only as if other avenues are exhausted.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments here? I don't remember. I'm sorry. Did Rob, did you make a motion to do this, or you decided not to make the motion?
I could make the motion now, Chuck. I was just waiting for Virginia to finish with her questioning.
Okay, well, go ahead and make the motion then, please.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to approve resolution authorizing the surplus of one 2004 GMC plumber's truck and one 2000 Dodge Caravan.
I'll second that.
Okay, so Jim seconded it. And let me ask now for public comment, please.
Anybody has any public comment on agenda item number 9, please engage the raise hand feature now. Otherwise, you can press *9 if you called in. Last call for public comment. And seeing none, Director Bernstein, you may continue.
Okay, I do have just one real quick comment before we vote, and that is that I know the one that CERT used was outfitted with a lot of equipment. I know some volunteers, I was not one of them, but volunteers spent a lot of time organizing stuff and having this ready to be a CERT support vehicle, in addition to being a rehab for firefighters. And I just would hope that those materials get saved and put somewhere where they can be retrieved and reused in the future.
I'll check with staff and make sure we do just that if we
Thank
haven't
you.
already. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments then? Michelle, go to vote.
Director Jones,
Aye.
Director Crowley,
Aye.
Director McLaughlin,
Aye.
Director Solano,
Aye.
Director Bernstein.
Aye. The resolution is passed 5-0. Okay, we will now go to item number 10, which is the Policies and Procedures Manual. Let me just clarify. In general, the idea here was not to go through the manual in detail, partly because we don't have time, but what we want members to do, board members, is to review this and come back to a meeting in the future where we consider changes to the Policies and Procedures Manual. So I'm certainly open to having anybody mention anything they'd like to deal with, but we're not going to take a vote on any of that right now. It's just to review and discuss anything now, but it will be a future agenda item. Jim, go ahead.
Yeah, I just have a question. Last year, we asked that the gendered language be removed from the policy document. Has that task been completed?
It has been completed, and the version that is in the packet that you have, it's updated with all that language being changed out.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you to Stephen Miller and his staff for working on that.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Stephen.
I had one of the, Michelle had included in the staff report, 2 recommendations here. One being the committee and liaison assignments, and the second one being a section about resident representatives, which was not consistent with the law and just needs to be fixed. But I was just going to make the suggestion in general that we take out of this those things that are for 1 year only, like committee assignments and the calendar and so forth. To me, this is a procedures manual. And first of all, by the time we think about it, half the year is up anyway. And here we are, we're going to update it, and it'll only be good for the next 6 months anyway. And I just don't see why any of that stuff needs to be in a procedures manual. The assignments are known and published in the minutes and all those other things. The calendar's been published and is on the website. I just don't think we need it in here. And I think it would simplify our task if we got rid of that stuff that had to be changed every year, and in fact is not really a policy or a procedure. So I have that recommendation to make, just to streamline our review of this every year.
It is a procedure, Chuck, that we do it every year, right? I mean, it is a procedure in terms of what Michelle have in here. So if that's not a procedure, then I'm not sure what classify as a procedure.
Well, I'm just talking about the specific, I mean, the committee, what committees we have would be a procedure, but who gets assigned to each committee, I don't think is a procedure. But again, we don't have to discuss it tonight, but that's what I would be proposing at the next meeting, is that we take out things where it just has certain names in there that are out of date for half a year.
So
I would say that it is in the policy in another section, which I don't have right now, that does state that each year the board president will suggest assignments for the committees and the liaison assignments. So there is a section in there that does address that. I just can't tell you what it is at this moment.
yeah, it's in there. I seen it. So
Yeah, I wouldn't propose to change that. I was only saying that to put the various names for all the committee assignments, it just seems to me is unnecessary, but, and it means we have to revise the manual every single year. Otherwise, we might not have to revise it. Does anybody else
So-
have any?
Oh, but
I-
we're supposed to look at it every year, right? I
Yes.
thought that was part of it. This is our annual look-see on this.
We are supposed to look at it every year. That is correct. Robert, go ahead, please.
Yes. So I'm not, the question that I have, or comment and statement, is that in the manual, I really would like for us to take a look at, even if we're not going to discuss it here tonight, and I have to say this last comment at the end of my talk here, is that I really do we need to take a look at the standing committee purpose, because the standing committee purpose really doesn't match what the committees from what all intents and purpose really do or are responsible for. I see there's inconsistencies in the language between the four committees. And I think we really need to, as a board, kind of really be on the same page with what each committee, because I was looking at, read them again for the umpteenth time this morning, and what one say that we have to look at to create policy, develop policies and procedures, and direct staff to do certain things, or make some direction. Another one said may say just develop policies, and another one may not say anything about I guess the EPREP committee work with the jurisdictions. Now, who are the jurisdictions? Is that the cities, the 3 cities, or does that include working with the community-based organizations, certain groups, and what does that really mean? And it talked about establishing policies and stuff like that for disaster. So I think we really need to take a hard look at what these committees do. And I'm proposing that if we're going to have another meeting on this next month, I propose that we put that on the agenda to talk about.
Well, Robert, yeah, I think we're certainly capable. I mean, we're certainly
Capable of
we
it,
should
yeah.
discuss everything on it. So that I think the whole document is open for discussion.
With that, I really would like for us to get a discussion. If we're not going to do it tonight, I want to put it on, if we can put it on the agenda for next month to talk about it.
Michelle, was this going to come back next month?
Yes.
Okay.
I would also recommend that any suggestions or changes, if the board could email them to me, and then I
Sure.
could put them in a staff report, that would be great.
Super.
Okay, thank you, Robert. Any other comments or things people would like to take a look at, just so we're all aware? We're not going to have a motion on this, but I will open it to public input at this, or public comment at this time. Michelle, could you ask for that, please?
Yes, if anybody has any public comment on agenda item number 10, please engage your raise hand feature or press *9 on the phone if you called in. Last call for public comment. And seeing none, Director Bernstein, you may continue.
Okay, if there's no further comment, I don't see any hands up. We're going to move then to item 11, which is to discuss and I'm going to misstate this, the resolution. I know it was restated for us through you, Michelle. Could you restate the actual item that we will be voting on tonight?
Yes, I can. Oops. Give me, sorry, 1 second, please. It is to discuss and approve by resolution the district's fiscal year 2022-23 preliminary budget and full-time equivalent staffing level. So approved by resolution is what was added.
Okay, thank you. I would like us to do this in 2 ways, if that's all right. First, I thought it would be helpful if we had any general comments to talk about. In other words, comments that might relate to more than just one different program here. And that would be then followed by the second part here where we go through program by program. And just go through and make comments and changes if we want to. And the result would be that we would have a preliminary budget that we would approve by resolution. And that would be posted on the district's website for the sunshine period of 30 days. So I would like to, start with the, with just discussing this in a general way, if that's okay.
Sure. Yeah, Director, could I offer up one thing before you begin your discussion, just for the sake of transparency?
Please.
As you guys embark on this. So as you know, this is our first time sharing the budget so far in advance with the board, which has really been a great process, I think, for everybody involved. With that being said, there have been some changes in the budget, and part of it was just through some inputs were missed. And so there have been some modifications to the budget, and I feel like we should just shine some daylight on those and share them with you briefly before you start having your discussions and you go, oh, wait, this wasn't here when we initially discussed it. So if that sounds fine with you, I can have Long briefly describe what the changes were, and then you can proceed with your discussion, or we can skip them. But I just wanted to let you know there's some substantive changes in there that you should be aware of.
Let me ask you, obviously, I think we'd all want to hear what the changes are, but would it make more sense to bring them up when we're discussing each program so that we could consider them at that point rather than doing them all up front?
That would be fine. We can, Long, is that workable as we listen through on the programs? If you can.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I can go through all the changes once we go through all the programs as well, or I can give a summary of what has changed as well. Either way is fine.
Well, I don't know if we'll be able to take the sufficient notes. Are the changes, are they general changes, or are they changes that relate to specific programs?
There are 10 programs that we updated that had significant changes or minor changes. The overall change that the overall amount that was increased is approximately 1.3 million in the expenditures budget request, and that's basically allocated through 10 of the programs.
Okay. If you would, if we can do it, I think a more just orderly way would be to deal with that. And I'll have you speak at the beginning of each program to tell us that, and then we can discuss afterward, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Okay. I had one general thing that I was going to bring up. I don't know if other board members have a general thing. I don't see any hands right now. So let me just say what I'm hoping that we can accomplish here. I'm very troubled by the amount of overtime that's in this budget. And rather than bring it up for every single program, I would like to see us make a concerted effort to eliminate overtime, except in cases where there's some sort of unexpected event, something that couldn't be foreseen or planned. And that comment relates then to a second aspect, which I think we have a problem when we have people on shift schedules doing administrative work, because administrative work simply can't be done at 3 a.m. And that's when these people are on duty. And again, I think that there should not be assignments to people on shift to do things that can only be accomplished when they're not working. And in many of these cases, first of all, we're paying a premium just by virtue of the fact that these people are trained firefighters receiving very high compensation to start with. And then we add, okay.
I have no idea how that happened.
Okay, thank you.
That's a mystery.
in any case, when we do it with overtime, we're already taking very high compensation rates. And we're then doing it at a time and a half. And it does not make good financial sense to do that. And I don't even think it makes good operational sense, because many of the duties to which I'm referring are things for which the people on shift don't have any special training. Take something like facilities management. There's no reason why a firefighter should have extensive experience managing facilities, for example. And so in any case, I'd like to see us eliminate that. In this budget, our overtime, I mean, when you look at the total overtime in this budget, we're up over $8 million in overtime here. And that's higher than it was last year. I'm looking at it right here. 8.2 million is the budget. Last year we're in right now, 7.4 million. But if we look back to 2019 and 20, it was only 4.6 million. It just seems to me that we should be able to save $2 or $3 million, $4 million even on that. So I would be pushing very hard to do that. That's just a general comment. I think overtime also ought to be approved by somebody higher up. It just shouldn't be that routine jobs are getting done on overtime. So that's the general comment that I would like to make about the budget.
Chuck, I'd like to add something to since we're speaking about the overtime issue.
Go ahead, Rob.
Okay, thank you. I think, we're also, when we're dealing with overtime, we're also dealing with the hiring of either new employees, or are we paying current employees paid overtime instead of hiring more full-time employees? And that's always, I don't know what the solution is with that. I mean, do you hire 4 more, let's say, firefighters in order to reduce your overtime costs, but then you have full-time employees that you've got to benefit and are there for 20, 25, 30 years? So this would be the question that I would direct to the chief. Chief, has there ever been a study, or can we as a board institute some type of a study where we can look at if we could hire an additional, let's say, additional firefighters to fill the gaps in relative to this extensive overtime, and in some way have us establish a target percentage, or your staff can, in order to identify, one, the overtime that's being done, 2, the comparison between full-time employees or new hires and overtime costs. And then thirdly, if your staff could come up with, let's say next year, a target percentage of a reduction than you did, let's say this year, or we can do a 3-year spread with some type of reduction to show that we are actually serious about the overtime issue.
Sure, and I can't say whether we've done a study or not, but I will share with you this information.
Thank you.
When your board approved 3 new allocations, I think it was in November, for 3 additional firefighters, and the intent was not to add another position as much as just to add 3 allocations to help fill our current positions. What you ended up doing was actually reducing overtime by about 7,500 hours with those 3 positions.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
that's an interesting thing. Now, cost-wise, I will say with the advent of PEPRA, we're finding that it's kind of a cost-neutral situation when you hire a new body now. Since our retirement costs with PEPRA employees have gone down, it's kind of almost a wash between paying time and a half plus workers' comp as compared to a fully benefited employee. But yeah, it's not going to save us much on the bottom line, if anything, by adding employees, but it will reduce overtime numbers. Like I said, for For a 56-hour work week employee, which is a 2,912 work year, I usually estimate that's about 2,500 hour reduction in overtime. So, but it's one of those things we could certainly study moving forward, and trying to find that sweet spot is something we could certainly do.
Okay. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
So,
But
Sure.
I just want to follow up on Rob's comment, or the 7,500 hours. Chief, that's a wonderful thing that we can save 7,500, but that should save us between $1.5 million and $2 million in terms of salaries and benefits. And yet this new budget doesn't reflect a savings. It reflects a higher cost.
Right.
So
What it actually does is it doesn't save us anything. What it does is it moves the number out of overtime and into salaries and benefits. If that makes sense, because you're gonna hire 3 new bodies that will cost us the equivalent of paying overtime. And we're gonna have it in full-time employees that fill overtime gaps.
yeah, but what I'm saying to you, I understand what you're saying, but I'm looking at the overtime budget and
Well,
I see it going up by $600,000, even though we're moving money out of it.
I see what you're saying. Got it. Well, I'll look in and see if that's been factored in there or not. I'm not sure.
Okay,
That's a
thank
great
you.
question.
And Robert, I'm sorry, I was tailing on to the previous comment. Go ahead, please.
I think what maybe is unclear to me, well, I know it probably is unclear to me, is to understand each one of these, as is outlined in the budget. We have a budget, we have descriptions of it, statement of purpose, we got the program goals and objective, and then we have a budget for that particular program. I assume each one of these are programs. And the question is, in each one of these programs, what I don't know is how is it ran? How does it operate? Does it operate on volunteer time, or does it operate on staff time? If they operate on staff time, is it staff that's currently maybe out on a in the truck gone somewhere, and somebody has to step in to run that program at the time and place that it needs to be ran. I mean, just how does the makeup and operation of each one of these programs, because somewhere along the line they generating dollars of overtime, and what I don't know is that is this a staffing shortage in that program or programs? Do we need to hire more people? Do we need to let go of people? Just how is the program operating and being managed? Because that's going to tell us, I think, a good stench as to, because like the Scouts program, for example, there seemed like there's a little overtime that took place there. I don't know the mechanics of how that operates. If, like, say, if someone from one of the firefighters are running that particular program operation, but they get called away, who's going to run it? Is that person that's going to step in? Is that part of some overtime they're going to have to we're going to have to incur in order for it to run? Those are the kind of mechanics that I think that about getting an understanding of. Yes, it could be that's what happens. Then we just have to accept. I wouldn't consider it a loss, but we have to accept that as a part of a way of doing business if we want to continue on in that particular program. And so to me, it's more than just kind of, oh, we want to get rid of overtime and boom, write it off, put it in the budget, but into what impact that would have on the services as well as the operation that we have currently going. Can we sustain it without overtime? And that's the opposite of giving overtime. Can we sustain the program without overtime? And if we can, then what is the process for, what do we have to do to make that happen? And I don't know. And I'm hoping that we got a new chief now who's on board. Given time, I think he can provide us answers on that before we start chopping. That's my.
Okay, Jim, go ahead, please.
Several things came up during the committee review. And first, I wanted to compliment you, Chuck, for setting up the process you did. I thought that was a very worthwhile exercise, and I want to compliment the chief for making the detailed budget available to us. And I think it was, I know for me, anyway, it was very illuminating. There were two consistent things that came up for me. One was the structure of the budget, the number of programs that we have. And I'll point to just, OEM was one that came up. There's two separate programs, under that OEM banner, but they describe separate activities rather than having them combined under a single OEM program. Facilities was another. It was a standalone program, and yet the program didn't reflect any personnel costs. And we know that we spend, there's a personnel cost associated with planning and operating our facility. So, that was shared with the chief during those meetings. The other thing for me that, and this wasn't new, stipends appear in the budget, and it is such a broad category that it's so broad as to become meaningless for me. When you look at all of the different activities that generate stipends, it could be anything from bilingual pay to what's essentially overtime for the battalion chiefs. So it's very hard for me, as I look at the budget, what is it that's generating these costs? Now, as I was listening to the discussion on overtime, I think the last couple of years have been extraordinary with the pandemic, and yet I don't know that there's a mechanism in place that would tell us, we had to cover X number of absences with overtime. We had shift extensions due to COVID, and there might be a ready example. Chuck, the increases that you cite, they're of concern to me, but if they're COVID related, I would see them as non-recurrent. They're tied to a specific event. And again, I'm just not sure that we have the mechanism in place where we could say, we experienced 20% of the increase in the last year was due to COVID, and then detail, specifically what is it about our response to COVID that generated the overtime. So those are my general thoughts on the budget for now.
Yeah, go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, I just want to add to what I previously said. I'd like to do some type of a mandate, like a percentage for next year, as to say, and through the chief and staff to come up with a number through since it is an operational effectiveness decision, to come up with some type of a percentage to show the improvement of these huge overtime costs. And that would be something that I'm sure he could work with, and his staff could work with us either on strategic planning or HR, as to come up with a reasonable percentage reduction and the solutions for those for next year's budget. So we can at least have some type of at least 1 year or 2 year projection on these reduced costs, and have him and his staff come up with some ideas for overtime reduction. Does that sound reasonable, Chief, for your staff to do, or am I Or am I out of the box totally, or?
I mean, that could be manageable. And,
Okay.
I'm looking at an overtime report right now, and it's, of those areas where we have control, and that's
Okay.
usually it's our projects and programs that, it'd be great to come up with a target. Like we'd like to see a 10% reduction in these areas where you have control over those. Those areas where we don't, where it's, the constant staffing and deployments, and workers' comp and COVID, it's hard to manage something that and the MOU contractual overtime is a challenge, but that would be great to give me a target like that. And then we could prioritize internally what's important.
Yeah, I would like to, see you, work with your staff and with us as a board and work at our particular committees, finance, strategic planning, and HR, to come up with what you and your staff feel is a reasonable reduction percentage in those overtime costs. Thank you, Chuck.
Okay, thank you, Rob. Virginia, please go ahead.
Yeah, so Mark, what, or do you know what other fire departments or districts have done or are doing, or if this is a concern? And, maybe what kind of ranges that they're looking at in terms of reduction and I guess hours or?
Well, yeah, so I don't know what our surrounding agencies are doing, and everyone is different based on their basically their budget and their revenue streams. I know just consistently overtime is always a hot topic amongst our policymakers. And some agencies are incredibly limited on it just because they don't, and they're competing in very thin budgets. And I don't know what's going on right now with inflation and how things are going to change, but I know where I came from in Ventura County. We were always acutely aware of it. We managed it pretty well, but it was, I hate to call it a necessary evil in order to do the things that we wanted to do in a progressive fire department. So, my guess is our overtime numbers are probably higher than a number of our surrounding agencies, just because we have the budgetary means and we're able to do, bigger and broader projects and things like that have set the district apart. I know that was a really roundabout answer of saying I'm not sure what other local agencies are doing, but it's really going to depend on what their revenue streams look like and whether they're a city or a special district.
Chief, just to expand on that, how did at your prior agency, how did they actually manage that in terms of approvals and so forth? What was the procedure for somebody doing overtime? I'm not talking about an event like a wildfire or something.
So it required some form of, except for constant staffing overtime that was a given, but project overtime, you had a project manager that was usually a captain or a battalion chief level person that was responsible for the program and approved, any overtime that was going to be recorded against their program went to them for approval before it got charged to the program. So it wasn't, the individual couldn't just do it on their own and have it submitted directly to payroll. It have to have some level of approval, usually from the program manager.
But if somebody has spent the time, it's not very feasible. It's probably even illegal for somebody to refuse to pay them overtime if in fact they worked the overtime. How do you control it sort of before the fact?
Well, sure. That's one of those things that it's just that common understanding that you are going to get approval to work that overtime, or it's one of those things where you might be doing maintenance on self-contained breathing apparatus for the week. And the program manager says, I've got 40 hours in my budget. You can spend as much of your time as you want this week on that. So it's the employee could submit up to as much as 40 hours. So it's one of those things where you just, if somebody was going to exceed their authority and work hours that they really didn't have approval for, they just wouldn't be assigned to the program anymore.
Well, see, that in some ways, I mean, that's very different than the private sector, but that's one of the concerns that I have, and it pertains to one of Robert's comments where he said, and I agree with him in one sense, you can't just say eliminate overtime. You have to understand what's going on. But through our budget process, if we approve overtime, then that invites a captain or a battalion chief or whatever to say, yeah, go ahead, it's in my budget, just go ahead and spend the time. And that troubles me, because that means you'll spend the whole budget, whatever it is, and that shouldn't be. It's somehow there should be some necessity here that you need to do that.
Joe,
And I will say as a whole, as I've been looking through our overtime, it appears that we tend to, I think everybody's pretty cautious about not wanting to go over budget. And so we tend to over budget on overtime quite often. And at the end of the year, we tend to be pretty well under budget, and those excess monies, like I have said in the past, roll into either paying down our UAL or going into CIP. But it certainly does not look like people are trying to spend everything that they have in their budget, which you find a lot of times in local governments. If it's a spend it or lose it kind of thing, and I'm finding we really don't have that mentality here.
Robert,
Chuck,
go ahead, please.
It's kind of tagging along this, hopefully along the same line. And there's two things. The thing that regarding program, and I'm looking at in terms of what metrics we have around this developing this budget and taking this line item of overtime, and it can be spread out over, we can look at it from a variety of different angles. But what I see just as a quick glance, I see under what overtime, there's training that's involved with it, or that we engaged in. There's some type of work projects or activity that have been assigned to someone to do, take care of. Then there's this notion, this activity that there's a backfill by daily staff when for whatever reason, if there's there's this backfill that goes on, there's vacation that happens, and I think there's sometimes the overtime. How does overtime interplay into this? And regarding illnesses, people go out sick. Someone has to step up. Is that part you bring? No one who's currently on staff can do it, so you had to bring somebody else in. So those are the kind of metrics that I think we need to take a hard look at. And there may be, bless you, whoever it is, there may be other things that might be fit into that I call it the metric box, that we need to take a look at, and because there may be justification for it, and maybe sometimes there may not be. I don't know, but I think if we understand, because I don't know all, there may be more than I just listed. If there are, let's look at those, and kind of understand, programmatically speaking, how it's working, and the need for overtime in that regards. But that's only going to require some work in looking at it and trying to understand it. So I'm hoping that we can get to that point, kind of identifying all those areas that we see that's within the programs, budgets that requires overtime. And then really to understand, from last year, I know there's cost savings. What are there? What are those costs? If we're going into the budget year, can we celebrate from last year? We had maybe $6 million over budgeted. How much of that do we save that wasn't spent? I mean, we need to celebrate that, because that's, it didn't happen. Next year, this year, upcoming year, it may be more. There may be some other things happen. I know COVID came in, and there's a lot of things that was turning over people out and sick. So that may have contributed to overtime. So we don't know. We haven't really got to the point to pinpoint that, yes, that's the cause for it. But I think if we start looking at it in terms of from this metrics perspective, I think we'll be able to pinpoint and identify where those increases are and taking place. Anyway, that's my comments.
If I can
don't-
offer up, just
Oh.
as you guys are having these discussions, I would say we would, as we've been going through this process and as I've been exposed to our accounting records, we do have some challenges when we're trying to present our information and compare apples to apples year over year and try and show the changes in that. I think what I'm learning and understanding is that we've, over the last couple of years, have had changes in the way we code things. And so we're seeing fluctuations that don't, like I said, it's hard for us to show those trends. But that being said, we are going to make a concerted effort over this next year to get those things ironed out so we can show what it was last year, what it is this year. And also, I think probably more importantly than the budget requests are trying to show you our actuals. I think that has caused some second glances as we've gone through this budget, in all the programs where we've had then I think it was the 1920 actuals compared to the 2021 budget request and now our new budget request. And so, like I said, oftentimes people will make a request in their budget. They want to make sure they don't go over it and they don't spend it. And so you'll see a very small number in the actuals and still a budget request that, looks big compared to the actuals. So I think that's kind of a consistent thing too. But our desire would be to be super transparent, especially as it comes to overtime, to sit down in whatever forum it's appropriate, whether it's in the committees, and share with you, what each of these items is for, the whys behind it, why we need to do it, what is optional, and what the consequences are if we decide not to fund a certain program. Like, what does that look like? I think it's a fair question for anyone to ask, including the public. If we didn't do that, what does it matter? And that's something that we can all decide.
Chuck?
Is that Rob? Yeah, go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, thanks, Chuck. I just want to, as Jim said, I want to compliment you, Chuck, for drawing this up and the chief for presenting his budget review notes. I was able to go through both documents with so many, this has never been done before, ever since I've been on the board, with these notes, Chief, where you actually went through our concerns and you reviewed it. And of course, Chuck, this is the first time we've actually pretty much taken apart each of these individual areas or sections of the budget, and then the responsibilities of each committee. So I just want to say thank you for that. And like I said, relative to the overtime issue and just some of these things really stand out. And that's why I would really like to give the chief and his staff a chance to go through some of these items that I'm sure he rolled his eyes on. So we were in committee a few times saying, seeing a lot of things within the organization that probably surprised them. And that was probably a few of the reasons why we did the accreditate or try to get the accreditation process to him, so he would have some type of a review and to approve in the management and audit inspection that we wanted completed, so the chief could review those items too. So I just want to go on record to say that I think staff should have a chance to go through this, especially the overtime issue, and work with us as a board, work with our committees, and try to come up with that percentage or that target percentage that we can come up with for 2022, 2023 budget and show an improvement. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Rob. And yeah, and I have to say that too. I think we are making some progress. I think we do have a perspective that we have not had in the past. And that's all for the good. Having more view of what's included in the budget also, at least in my case, raises my frustration level at some point, but at least there's knowledge there that we can, look at things and potentially make changes. So I'm optimistic and enthusiastic about the direction we're going in. I think I'm a little impatient insofar as I wish we could get there a little bit faster. But you have to make a start, and I think tonight will be a start, and next month will be a start, and it can continue until our budget a year from now. So, and I also appreciated the notes, Chief. I thought this was really helpful to get this, and it aided my understanding a great deal. I want to move into the specific things, but I thought before we did that, I did see a hand up. Maybe we could hear from the public if it relates to any general comments or anything that we've been talking about. If it relates to a specific program, I'd like to hold the comment until we get to that specific program. But in the interest of time, it's 9 o'clock. If somebody has to leave, we could take the comment now also. I want to be sure that anybody who's here and wants to speak to the budget has a chance. So if you can hold your specific program comment to the discussion of the program, I'd appreciate it. But if you can't, go ahead and make it now. Michelle, will you call for public input, please? on the
Yes, if anybody has public comment on agenda item number 11, you can engage the raise hand feature, or you can press *9 on your phone if you called in. Last call for public comment.
I did see a hand before. It's now gone down. So
That's correct. Director Bernstein, seeing none, you may continue.
okay, well, thank you. Chief or Long, did you want to say anything about as we go through this specifically, or can we just start at the beginning here?
I think you can start at the beginning. Sounds good. I'm just going to let you take the lead, and we will weigh in as needed.
Okay, well, how about, just because it's not a program, but it's right at the front here, if we all looked at page 260, which is the full-time equivalent. It's one of the things that we have to publish tonight. And let me see if there's any input on that page number 260 doesn't show up, but there is page 261. So you'll find that on attachment B, but page 260 is the list of all the employees and changes. So I'd like to see if there's any comments on that. Chief, could you just just reiterate the rationale of the 3 firefighters becoming 3
sure.
captains?
Yeah, happily. Yeah, so the basically this year, we're not asking for any new positions. We're actually going to be reducing by 1. The only change we've asked for is a reclassification of 3 firefighter positions to 3 captain positions. And those are for the rescue that's currently staffed right now on a daily basis with 1 firefighter paramedic and 1 acting captain. So really what we're doing is looking to make that supervision and leadership permanent on that rescue rather than just temporary on a daily basis. So there's a slight increase in costs with the higher pay, but we're also currently paying a little bit higher rate of pay because they're getting acting captain pay when they work that as an overtime shift.
We can defer the discussion till we get to the rescue maybe, but I noticed that overtime goes way up on that. Is that something that we're a little out of phase? It should be actually reduced as a result of this change you're making, or?
And what are you referencing that to when you're looking at the overtime?
If I look at heavy rescue.
Oh,
Are we
the
changing?
heavy rescue is a separate program. This
Oh,
comes out, this would be in the fire suppression budget, and it would be, the overtime would be in that amount there.
I see. I'm sorry, then I was just confused. So
No problem.
Where are we now? I thought
on
we were on
page 260. Page 260.
Oh, okay.
And if you see there is a +3 for captains and -3 for firefighters. which is really per shift, it's only one person. And it's something that's, it's effectively, you're already doing this, you're saying, and we're paying a stipend or whatever for that higher classification. So we're effectively paying for the upgrade, even though we haven't upgraded them. Do I understand correctly?
Yeah, we're paying them acting captains. I don't know. I'm not sure what the stipend is, but there's, they get a certain percent above what their normal grade is. This will make it permanent, and I know the costs are higher than what the stipend is, but what it does, it gives us permanent supervision instead of rotating it around. So we have consistent supervision by the same captain on that apparatus on a daily or shift basis.
And tell me again, which vehicle this is?
This is the rescue that's currently at, I think I've got it right, Station 77.
Okay, and rescue is not the same as heavy rescue.
It's not the same as the heavy rescue. It's a smaller unit.
Okay, thank you. It's essentially that pickup truck, right? The glorified pickup truck?
I think so.
If no comments there, then I'll go on to the next page, which is well, this is all the separate units here. So there's probably nothing here on page 261. So let's go then to
Well, so before you move on, you on page 261?
yes.
Okay. Could someone help me out here on, I'm looking at the first item on the program summary for page 261, where it talks about accreditation. And if my eyes is not deceiving me, so we're going from 537,000 in 2021, 620,000 in 21-22, and my assumption is on the proposed budget here for 22-23, it's at $655,000, which is an increase of 35,000. Are we talking about an individual salary, or what are we talking about here when in this accreditation?
Robert, if I could direct your attention, I think it'd be a little bit clearer, and we're just about to discuss it anyway. Turn the next page to page 263.
Yeah, I saw that, but I just wanted.
But this has the details. If you look at the bottom yellow
Yeah.
line, that's those same totals, and this shows how you got to those totals.
So that, well, it's still in the, in terms of the increase, it's not telling me what is it showing a 5.7% increase. And I'm trying to figure out, is that get back to the overtime?
Well, but you can
I
see,
don't know.
if you go up about 1 inch higher than that, you'll see how much is salaries and you'll see how
Yeah.
much is overtime there.
Right, and overtime is a new picture, it seemed like, for this year. It was last year, and it's going to be for the upcoming year. $10,000 added to it. Stipends went up, to 28,000 from 12. So again, we're to your basic question of overtime for an accreditation. I mean,
So let me see if I
work?
can, let me see if I can answer this question for you, Director. So this accreditation program right now, this is kind of interesting, and it's a little bit in limbo, but this is the program that Chief Navarro has been in charge of. Right now, he's in the interim deputy chief role, which has caused, and his allocation is currently assigned to this program, whether it's appropriate or not. It's a whole
Right.
separate subject, but he's kind of running the day-to-day operations in his role right now. So the salaries part is his salaries that are attributable to him. The increase in stipends in part has to do with the fact that he's acting out of classification, and so that's why there's an increase in the salaries there. It looks like on the overtime side of things, my guess is Chief Navarro has never put in for any overtime, even though as a division chief, he may be eligible for some. and it's kind of a placeholder. So you can see in actuals in 2021, there was no money spent, and it looks like the $10,000 in both of those years are just budgeted items. My guess is they're probably not being spent. I mean, this is sometimes what you see in the budget, in the budget process. And this, again, was the challenge I was talking about before. When you compare actuals, which we know we actually spent in 2021, sometimes the numbers in 21, 22, and in our current proposed budget may look slightly inflated over the actuals because we almost always underspend our budget. And so the numbers are always going to be kind of skewed towards that direction. But hopefully that answers the majority of your questions just related to the salaries and benefits.
Yeah, thank you.
But let me come in here, and this is, I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but this is where we really do need structural change in the budget to make it more understandable, because I guess accreditation could be a program, but what we're doing is mixing apples and oranges here by having the stipend for serving as deputy, as deputy chief in the accreditation budget, even though it has nothing to do with accreditation. That should be in another budget, but it's because it's attached to the person. So what we've done is we've kind of chopped these up into little pieces, but really the stipend here, I'm guessing the stipend relates to it being deputy chief, and it's not same thing with overtime. There's probably no reason whatsoever that the accreditation program would require overtime, but it's certainly possible that the deputy chief position would require overtime.
Yes. So all I can say is it's definitely not perfect. Next year, our budget is going to look so much better than it does. And we're always going to, and this goes back to Director McLaughlin's issue with stipends, right? We have so many different kinds. We're going to figure out a way to break them up so we really know what we're spending money on. And then we always have that challenge of, and it goes back to that cost accounting methodology. Can we really, I don't know that a budget is the right place to do cost accounting, or if we figure it out based on our actual expenses. But I'm sure we can work with the finance committee in figuring out what a good report would look like.
So
Yeah.
one last question. So help me out. So the accreditation, so is this a program, or where it would be? And I thought I had a different understanding of what going through the accreditation, there is an end point once you get there. And so, and program is a little bit more ongoing. Will the accreditation be an ongoing activity? Like anything else that we have, other programs we got, or is this a short term? May take 6 years to get there, but at the end of that 6 years, it may go away.
So, yeah, there's two different questions in there, and one I will talk about at some point in time in the future, as far as what the status is of our accreditation and where we want to go with it. That being said, once you achieve accreditation, there is still a continuing program to maintain that accreditation that requires costs and some level of personnel time in order to maintain it. So it will go on in perpetuity, but the expense would be significantly decreased once we're in that maintenance mode.
So then would that require another person potentially that would take on that smaller programmatic piece, or will it still be assigned to, you think, to the deputy chief?
It could be a piece of a person. You wouldn't, I mean, as it stands right now, the district has a full-time division chief allocation dedicated to accreditation. That's Chief Navarro. That full-time position would sunset, and then we would probably divvy up the duties to somebody that we had internally. Yeah, I don't know what that workload looks like, but it wouldn't be a full-time position.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments on the accreditation program? Okay, I'm going to move then to the page 264, the apparatus program. And I just want to point out something that we discussed at the finance committee. one of the things that really makes this whole program look odd is the last of these line items in that middle chart, fixed assets. Fixed assets really should be a separate part of the budget. So we've got 159,000, then 445,000, and then suddenly we got $6 million. So it makes, but that's because that's when we're paying for these things and so forth. This really should be a part of a capital budget or a second capital budget. Right now, our capital improvement program is primarily facilities, and apparatus somehow gets into this budget. This is something that we really need to clean up because it makes it look so weird. But if you took all that out, our budget this year, the apparatus budget is almost the same as last year. There's not much difference here.
Right,
Um,
right. The only thing there is fixed asset.
yeah. Are there any other comments on the apparatus budget?
I do have a comment on the apparatus. So the apparatus program was one of the programs that was impacted by the updates on the budget numbers. So we had to reduce the apparatus program by 100,000 in the fixed assets. That's due to a duplicate request for the radio replacement that was requested in the radio programs. So it was a duplicate request, so we removed the 100,000 from fixed assets categories.
So the question to me now is, so I thought this budget, maybe I'm trying to, so fixed assets, we have paid for it, or we in the process of paying for it. And so that's what this costs, this 6 million is there for. Is that the first statement, or?
We've already paid for this, Robert,
We already paid for it.
but we already gave them the cash,
Got
but
it.
we haven't expensed them yet until they're put into
Oh,
service.
okay. Yeah, okay, I got it. So we haven't, okay. I withdraw the comment.
Yeah, and
And then, yeah, additionally, we double budgeted the number. So it was originally in the equipment replacement number that you guys approved, and then we were also budgeting for radios separately, and we ended up just double budgeting. And that's, yeah, that's as we go through this process, especially since you guys are involved in the beginning, you kind of get to see the making of the sausage. And this is how the budget process normally works behind the scenes. And we usually have everything ironed out by the time we come to the board. But since you've have been in it, in the thick of it since the kind of the beginning, you get to see, like I said, the making of the sausage.
Yeah, see the
So-
pepper and all.
Chief, if when we publish this, the $100,000 thing will be fixed in the published version. Is that correct?
Yes, it's fixed. It's fixed in this version that you guys have now.
Oh, it is fixed. I see. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, what we're trying to do is share with you. We made changes to this budget document that are accurate and correct. They're just different than what you reviewed in your committees.
I see. And Long, if you wouldn't mind, just please interrupt me as I go to a new program. Just stop me and say, this is one of the 10 that needs to be changed. Okay.
Sure.
I assume that's not the case of the Board of Directors budget.
That is not.
Okay. Anybody have any comments on the Board of Directors budget?
We don't have anything there for coffee at our breaks time, you know, when we go to meetings, coffee or tea.
Okay. And is there somebody, I mean, I think maybe this is just a correction from, but like materials and supplies, it's gone down $50,000 or something. Is there a reason, or that's just we didn't budget accurately the first time? I mean, the last year.
So for the materials and supplies categories, last year, we budgeted the LAFCO fees from the San Mateo counties in the materials and supplies categories. Then we just, in this year, it is in contract service. That's why you're seeing a difference.
Okay, that was the area you referred to. Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry, I forgot. Any other comments on this? We'll then move to the next one. Um, The next one is the Cadets Program Summary. I have a comment on this, and it's just one of these things. I think the Cadets Program, I'm a scout myself. I really believe in the scouting. I mean, I know the cadets aren't scouts, but we'll get to that when the Explorer program, but this is similar to the Explorer program. Look at the overtime going from $1,400 in 2021 up to $45,000. And this just bothers me that we're doing this. We should be using somebody in this program who works days and doesn't have to work on overtime to do this, or doesn't have to leave a shift to, or get a replacement on a shift to be able to do this program. So this is one of those areas where I think we could use some work to get that overtime down.
I think it seems, well, I mean, Chuck, you're right, this is a classic, but, and I guess, someone is gonna have to help me out on this too, because if it depends on who's running the program, who's assigned to this particular program, the cadet program. Is it a battalion chief? Is it a captain? Is it maybe a firefighter who's vulnerable to having to leave at any given point in time to go on a mission somewhere? And I think in terms of understanding, looking at the program in itself and the metrics was making up the program is going to get us to that point of where maybe it might need to have a separate paid person for it, but maybe that it may not necessarily lend itself to a full-time person, maybe a part-time person, or maybe bringing someone on who can maybe do the cadet program and some other program that's in here that's generating the same type of overtime cost that may not necessarily, that may hire somebody with the skill level in order to run those activities or those programs.
The director, maybe I can share, or directors, I can share some information with you. And again, that's part of our challenge is trying to strike that right balance. Obviously, the cadet program is one of our important outreach programs. There's occasions when we can do stuff with on-duty folks, and sometimes when it's not as appropriate because it takes a company out of service or leaves. If we're doing some offsite training with the cadets and we need supervision, that's where we may be paying some overtime. I will say, and again, this just goes back to, like I said, as you look at the actual numbers, you're like, wow, the number's gone up so much. I'm just looking at our current year actual report on the cadets. I'm always nervous to share this because I can't say with absolute certainty that we've coded it correctly. But right now, with a $40,000 current year budget, our current year actual is $12,150 through the end of April. So we're well below budget. I think it's kind of normal as people see the program, they don't always necessarily have what their actual expenditures are. And so they add a little bit to their budget, but where we are standing with our actuals right now. And like I said, that's my thing that I'm going to work on for our budget next year is to get year over year actual. So we can, when we sit down and we actually go through the budget, we're going to be looking not at what prior year budget was, but what prior year actual was and where we are current year actual. And like I said, it's a work in progress, but I get it. Well, sometimes the numbers are concerning. The underlying data is not as concerning.
It's Chief, can I ask a
Sure.
question? Please forgive me if it sounds too simple, but are we looking back 2-3 years or 3 or 4 years and trying to extrapolate where, sometimes, to kind of get some idea?
I would like to. Again, that's, as we're looking at our accounting data and then we've had program changes, that's the challenge is comparing, like I said, apples to apples to apples over 3 years instead of apples to oranges to pineapples.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
we're gonna work on trying to get a couple years of really good, reliable, comparable data, and start using that for our budget process moving forward as we sit down with the program managers too. And just, like I said, it's a great way to go work through the budget is, we get what we gave you in the budget. What'd you spend last year and the prior year? Now we're going to give you something that's in close proximity to that. It's one of those things where we don't want to create a situation where we are trying to encourage people to spend everything that they have in their budget, because that's not always prudent for us or good stewardship. And so, we want to create that environment too, where there's room in your budget and there's not a need to spend it. And don't worry, if you don't spend it, you'll get something in close proximity next year until, we have some kind of trend that shows you really don't need it. And that's okay.
So would it
Because
be,
that'll make more money available for us to spend on other important projects.
so would it be important for the board, or, I guess from an operational perspective, from your perspective, to create certain policies around overtime? I mean, would that lend itself to, and the policy can be anything, where in terms of how much you may increase over next year in terms of expenditures, or, some percentage, or, so that there's a guidepost there to kind of, because in this case, going from 1,400 to 40,000, I don't know how many %, that is in that, it could also set off kind of the red flag kind of thing, that waving of the, hey, why is this occurring so high?
Sure. But yeah, absolutely. We could have some internal metrics, so it creates some kind of justification. And, we should, if salaries and et cetera are going up, then there should be just automatic increases of whatever 3% for overtime based on that. But again, the challenge always is, as you look at that 2021 number of $1,400, I don't know what the actual budget request was for that year. It could have been 30,000 and they just underspent it because COVID hit us and we shut down the cadet program.
Right.
I don't know, but that's why it looks on paper like that's this huge jump, but you're comparing an actual spend to a budget number, which they're just not the same. But again, yes. Back to your question, but yes, there should be. We can have some kind of internal metric that causes some kind of trigger on those requests.
Thanks.
Okay, any other comments on cadets? Let's go then to Community Preparedness Program on page 269. Any comments on this? Well, I will make a comment on it. I think it's time we sort of wipe the slate clean and start it over here. I think I ran for this board originally because this was something that I believed in. I thought I was a CERT volunteer. I felt like we needed to do more and prepare ourselves for disasters. And unfortunately, I think what we are doing has declined in the last 8 years. And we spent a lot of money on this and I don't think we've made any progress. I would like to eliminate all of this, basically. Right now, the program is really republishing the training schedules for Red Cross and Stop the Bleed and things like that, which we could hire a clerk to do. And I see no benefit. And worse than that, I see this as being a demotivation for the community volunteers. I think it's been a source of people dropping out, losing interest in volunteering. And I just don't think the way we've done it is the right way. And I mentioned this when we had our meeting with Atherton. I think what we need is a person who is a volunteer coordinator who leads this effort by serving. And by that, I mean, asking people what they need, how the person can help, what the district can do to help the volunteers, rather than telling the volunteers what they're going to do and how they're going to serve their communities and so forth. So my recommendation would be that we literally drop this entire program from the budget.
Yep.
Go ahead, Rob.
Thank you. You know, you know how my feelings are, Chuck. I mean, we were on that emergency prep committee for a number of years. Very frustrated, trying to get it in the right direction. Kind of disappointed, finding out that the volunteer groups weren't properly supported. So, except one thing though, Chuck, and I really like to put this in our new chief's lap, have him work with his senior staff, come up with a solution with the community preparedness program, and then come back to the board with a staff report and a recommendation. I think, you know, since he, you know, is new, I'm sure he has some innovative ideas from where he came from. And I think him and his staff should evaluate this, come back with recommendations for our board to come forward and to either approve or disapprove. This was never approved by us as a board, this OEM unit or division. And that kind of frustrates me too, Chuck. I mean, you know how we worked in trying to get these volunteer groups. We've had one meeting where it was kind of, they actually threw the cat on the table for us and told us how they felt. Second meeting that we had with them just recently, basically, I kept asking the question, do you want us to lead or do you want to support? I think they want us to support, and but I think it's something that I would like to give the chief and his staff a crack at this, come up with a staff report, bring your recommendations to the entire board, and let us work on it jointly. Thank you, Chuck.
Okay.
Chuck,
Yeah, go
Rob?
ahead, Robert.
Chuck?
I wanted
Robert was first, then Jim.
Okay.
I want to follow up on what Rob said. I think that's an excellent idea, because I have a different perspective in terms of where you are on this issue. You know, because I worked, you know, when I first got started off in becoming a member of the board, I was on the first, once the district created the 501c3, the CCM group, I was one of the first individuals, person that sat on that committee, that new formulated committee. And from that point on, it's always been, when I got off is when I got onto the board. It has always been one of where, and I'm sorry to say this, but we as a board has failed that particular that committee, and that because they was asking for policies from us, they was asking for procedures from the board to give the staffing at the time some parameters to operate on it in terms of funding money, and that never did materialize. I know we talked about it when I was on the EPREP committee a couple of times myself. We talked about that, but it never went out of the committee to the board to give that direction, that leadership for that. And as a result, it now is merged into where it is right now. Under, from my understanding, under the Office of Emergency Management. And I think Chuck, Rob is right on it. We got a new chief. He's, you know, he done seen this road down this road before, and give him an opportunity to come back to us and look at those areas where, based on his experience, what he's gathering from the community meetings and from us, as to way to fix that, you know, to make that happen. rather than just say, okay, check it and let's start something else. What's going to come back is going to have elements of what's already here in terms of structure wise, and so I think we just need to give the chief opportunity to make that happen. And that goes along with this other one that's in the budget too, that's fall in the same category. And so
Are you done, Robert? Or are you looking up something?
no, I'm done. When I stop talking, I'm done.
Okay, I'm sorry. Virginia, go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry, Jim, and then Virginia.
I'm just going to echo much of what has been said by Robert and Rob on this subject. I know we don't do contingent funding, but I'm in a position where I need to see some results from this program. I think Chief Lorenzen has heard the steady drum beat of dissatisfaction, concern on this area. So, I would like to see something. I do think this should be time bound. I'd like to see some kind of evaluation and recommendation with regard to the program by, no later than the fourth quarter of this year. I think it's, I think it's time to move this forward on a schedule. I think we need, we've expressed our concerns and reservations, and I think it's time to hear what is the roadmap for moving forward. Those are my thoughts.
Okay, Virginia? You're on mute, Virginia. Okay.
So, Chief, I think you've probably heard a lot of frustration in our collective statements. And I'm kind of with Chuck on this, but also at the same time, I don't want to hang it up right now because you haven't had a chance to really look at this program. But I will say this. There's, and I know it's a little bit different in terms of geography, but when Coast Site CERT uses our training program or our training materials, and I guess some of our resources, in terms of training and learning from what we've done, and they're able to get 300 trained and probably deployable certs and 1,900 residents on their list. Something's not right with our group because it's clearly working with another group that really has significantly less resources than Menlo Fire. And I don't know what that model is. I mean, I kind of know because I've heard about it. I know the woman who's really taken their CERT, Coast Site CERT, to a new level. And I know that, she's been the volunteer person, coordinator. I don't know what her title is, but as a volunteer, she's currently now on the Coastside Fire Protection District Board. But that is so volunteer driven, but also driven by one of their battalion, or I don't know if he's a battalion chief or deputy chief, Dave Cosgrave, who is so committed to the program that it could be that successful based on our training. I mean, this is nothing new for us, but in terms of not getting it off the ground, CERT off the ground. And we've thrown money at it. We've thrown resources at it. I'm not sure I agree that, necessarily that we would have had to have approved, an OEM department, but we know that part of this OEM department isn't working. And it's one of what I think is a very important part, which is the community volunteers. And I just don't know what we can do. I mean, I don't want this to be politicized as we go into the election season this fall, because I think that this is such an important component of our community. So I don't know, Mark, how long do you think you would need to look at how this program can be revamped and be even half as good as Coast Site Cert when, you know, we've got the resources and obviously the training that they used.
Sure, yeah. Director McLaughlin, you know, set a goal of something by the fourth quarter. I think that's reasonable, possibly even
That's
sooner.
the end of this year.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's, you know, now, I mean, that doesn't mean everything's gonna be working smoothly, but, you know, having something in place. Now, and you know, my goal would be, first of all, and I do appreciate the frustration of our community groups, of Director Bernstein, and many of
Well,
the
I'm a
board
cert
members.
too,
Yeah,
and I've seen how it hasn't worked compared to the other fire district cert program that I also observe.
well, and I'm a fan of stealing others' ideas, and we're gonna go make a personal visit to Coast Side and see what their secret sauce is and see if we can't replicate that here.
Especially when they're using our training.
Yeah. You know, I'm not sure what it is, but I think that's reasonable. You know, my request has always been, give me an opportunity to retool it. I will meet with all of the board members, our board members individually, unless Steve tells me for some reason I can't. So I can figure out I mean, I think everybody, as we saw with our volunteer, our community meeting where we were listening to our volunteer groups, everybody had a little bit different, something that they wanted or didn't want from us. And, you know, I just want to make sure I understand what right looks like and what the targets are from our board members. And I know, you know, we're probably not going to have 100% satisfaction and probably not with all of our community members, but I think we can get a lot closer. And Director Bernstein even mentioned something that, you know, may be a viable option. You know, he mentioned a volunteer coordinator. Where I came from, our CERT program was kind of run with a combination of we had a volunteer coordinator and a fire captain that did a lot of our CERT training. And, you know, that worked pretty well. We also, as you look at the community preparedness budget, we actually have an unfilled but funded allocation in there that might be an opportunity to do something with. So we have some room to potentially do something with that. And maybe that's, you know, adding a position like that. I don't know, but it's already, that those monies are in the current budget, and in all likelihood, a volunteer coordinator would be probably less costly than that senior management analyst that's currently funded but not filled. But
Well, I would ask that you also look at possibly restructuring that entire department so that we understand, or so that we can meet the volunteer and community preparedness needs of the entire district.
oh, for sure. Well, when I say that, I mean, what I have to figure out first is what are we trying to do and accomplish? I want to make sure, you know, and as we get into the OEM program later on, it's just making sure there's clear expectations from the board, you know, as to what it is these programs are going to do and what they're going to accomplish, and we'll structure appropriately. Like I said, that's what I would like to do is have the opportunity to retool. And it's really, you know, even though these are separate programs, they're really, if you look at the org chart, it's one group. It's Ryan and Andres, you know, that are kind of working together. So they are all on board for making this work and helping out our community volunteers and trying to satisfy both our community and the needs of the board and the needs of the district. So I'm game.
Chuck?
Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, let me spin off of what Virginia has talked about the COSIDE program. It's called the COSIDE Emergency Action Program, and presently it is run by David Cosgrove from CAL FIRE. It used to be coordinated wholly by the Chamber of Commerce of Half Moon Bay, and it was started by a Carice Hale McHugh. And what makes their program, I think, very unique is that it's just not only CERT, and it's coordinated not through a public agency, but it's coordinated through the Chamber of Commerce. And they use those business contacts, and what they've done is they've coordinated business and the public sector together and created this, what they call CHEAP, which is the Coastside Emergency Action Program.
I
And
think that's different, Rob.
what?
I
Virginia,
think that's
Virginia, let him
different. It's
finish.
the wrong information. It's
But
not
it
the
doesn't matter.
same.
You can speak. Let him finish, please.
Okay, it's the wrong, I
Yeah,
think it's a different structure.
Okay. I was the coordinator for the terrorist task force with the FBI DHS, and I attended these meetings monthly. And I'm talking about Coastside Emergency Action Program. And David is now taken the place of Cerise, who used to be the chairman of the program. And it includes the airport out there in Half Moon Bay. In fact, there is a representative from the Harbor District at the time when I was representing the terrorist task force that attended the meetings. So I'm just talking about, maybe it's a different group that you're talking about, Virginia, but I know this exists, and it's quite unique insofar as it's not run or sponsored by a governmental agency, but it's sponsored by the Half Moon Bay Chamber of Commerce. And now it's coordinated through David, who's I think he's a battalion chief or division chief out there for CAL FIRE. So their program was something that I think maybe we could get our Menlo Park Chamber of Commerce involved with. Because it's not only CERT, but like I said, it's a whole combination of the businesses that are over there in Half Moon Bay, in conjunction with the city of Half Moon Bay, the county regional coordinator for OES. I think they have between 25 to 30 members, and they meet once a month on the first Friday of the month over at the Half Moon Bay Sheriff's Substation. So Chief, if you'd like to send someone to one of those meetings, I'm sure they could accommodate you.
Thank you, Rob.
So
Thank you.
Chuck,
Yeah,
Thank you, Chuck.
Go ahead, Virginia.
yes, so Rob may be talking about a different group because this is actually out of Coastside Fire and with Dave Cosgrave. And so I think there may be two different groups, but I'm talking about the citizens volunteer group that's actually being run by, with Dave Cosgrave training and doing a lot of the administrative and, well, it's not just, he's very involved, hands-on from Coastside Fire, but also from Cynthia Sherrill, who is on the fire board there, but was involved with Coastside CERT as a volunteer beforehand. So I know that Rob is also, I think that is a different group with the Coastside and Half Moon Bay and Coastside Chamber of Commerce, but that's separate from the thing that I'm talking about, which is their CERT group. They're the group that's when they graduate, they're all DSW designation. They've got that DSW designation. So, and there could be two groups, Rob. I don't know. I mean, I've heard of the group that you're dealing with, but this is a different
It
group,
could be.
I think.
You know,
It could be just that.
I don't think this is relevant to the discussion. though. What we've got
No,
is,
but it's relevant because of the community volunteer piece that they used our training. And I look at how they've scaled and how our lack of scale is in this fire district. That's the relevance of this, Chuck.
okay. I just want to respond to one thing the chief said, and I would love to be politic in this whole thing, but I must say, I don't feel that the people we have on board right now are acting in good faith in support of this. I heard the chief say it, and it's possible they will do so with you, chief, but I saw them essentially sabotage the study that we did. The board was looking for answers of how we could streamline this, how we could do a better job. We had a study done, which was an entire waste of money. Basically, this consultant, I felt, mouthed the words of people who work for the district saying, board members, stay in your own lane, and what we got is a communication problem. And at that point, I decided, from my perspective, I would like to just wipe out the whole group and start over again, because I understand that that's probably not the way we're going to go. And, but I have lost all confidence whatsoever in working with them. And I work with other people who have lost confidence also, who don't even want to talk to them anymore. So it's possible you can make a silk purse out of a sow's ear, but I don't think so. And I wish I could be kinder and less direct about what I'm saying, but we've spent, I don't know, $5 million over the last 10 years working on this, and we got zero to show for it. And I have no more patience with it. That's not a statement about you, Chief, and your ability to do something with this and make it work. But this idea that everybody's committed to going forward and doing a good job, I don't believe that for a moment. So with that said, I think we've all expressed our thoughts on this. I have a hand raised from as public comment. I'd like to go to the public comment, and then if there's any last comments, I'll take that.
Well, we haven't finished the process of all these, because we're gonna be here all night.
No,
Chuck.
but I think this comment pertains to this this particular program.
I think you're trying to stack in the deck here on this thing. I think we
That's
just
a
need to finish.
false.
It's not false. I don't know who said that, but what I'm saying is that you keep changing the process of how we do things. And, you know, I just want to know, if someone else is going to be chair next year, they have the same liberty that you taking right now to include everybody into, you know, a process that I thought we would talk about the process, get that out of the way, and then allow the public the opportunity to make their comments and statements. It's not being disrespectful, but we need to follow a process at this point in time.
Okay, well, I haven't done a different process yet, but let me survey
Go
the
for
board.
it. I'm done with it.
Let me survey the board right now. Would you like to hear from the public on this particular item, or would you like to finish all of our comments and then go to the public? I'll do whatever the board would like. If you could raise your hand. How many of you would like to take a comment from the public that pertains to this program? And Jim, your hand's up, and
Yes.
and Robert, I assume that you would prefer to take it at the end, but I'll take it. I'm going to take it now then, based on the majority of board members. So Lynn, would you go ahead, please, and make your comment?
Yes, I'd like to comment. I'm Lynn Bramlett, and I agree with Director Bernstein that it's time to end the Office of Emergency Management. A lot of things have changed since it started roughly 10 years ago. And I must say, first, this conversation is still very top down. The jurisdictions aren't here. There's plans to meet without the people. What we need instead is a completely different model. And I don't see it happening with the incumbents. I do want to comment about a few topics that came up. The CERT, the co-side CERT. I spent approximately 2 hours talking with Cynthia Sherrill. I also spoke with the woman that Rob Solano mentioned. And Cynthia Sherrill said she quit because of her comment to me. This is a direct quote. The volunteers were treated like third-class citizens. And so she quit and was asked to come back. And what has really made the change wasn't the training in Menlo Fire. It was the very real threat of the wildfires that have gotten everyone working together. And I do agree it's a model right now, and it could be what we have here. But we have to have people who do want to work in a collaborative way. I mean, the residents, I'm highly educated. I'm an avid researcher. I know what I'm talking about. I've gone directly to read national policy. That's all I want to see implemented here. And I would say in Woodside, Portola Valley, I was at a meeting today where it's a model of residents, community-based groups, the town, the Woodside Fire District working together because they have the real threat of the fire.
And so I'm not optimistic, and frankly, my patients, I'm pretty much fed up myself because this is taking up a lot of my time and I don't see it really going anywhere. So I've got to spend my time where I can make a difference. So I'm not ready to throw in the towel, but you know, I'm just not optimistic that this will change. So I hope I've covered everything. Again, we need some real goals. We need to work collaboratively. These program statements, they're kind of selected. What I see is a continued use of national policies selectively, like NIMS. Well, I have the book handbook here of NIMS. It includes things such as unity of effort, residents involved. So we're not following what we should be following. So I'm not at all optimistic. I think it's time to eliminate the Office of Emergency Management and maybe put someone else in charge of the CERT program. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. I was going to say, and I should have done it before you spoke, and that the public comment would be limited to 3 minutes. You managed to do that, so congratulations. But I'm saying it, if anybody else is in the audience and going to want to speak on this, that we'll limit individual comments to 3 minutes. Virginia, you have your hand up. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, so this was something that I brought up in the Finance Committee meeting. And the issue of the Office of Emergency Management versus the Community Preparedness Program, I think, are two separate things. They're under the Office of Emergency Management, which I do agree I don't think is as effective as it could be. But what I didn't want to throw out, and kind of in response to what Lynn brought up, is the whole community preparedness. I mean, and I understand where she's coming from in terms of talking to the Coastside Fire volunteer, Cynthia. I talked to her before the actual fire in 2020. So, I mean, I kind of know what's going on as well. But what I'm saying here is, if the issue of not funding OEM is the same as community preparedness, which I don't think it is, then that's a different discussion from, that's why I don't want to throw out the community preparedness piece. But so Chuck, I mean, are you saying, because what I'm hearing from you is that, and I could be wrong, is that you're looking at the OEM piece, or are you looking at community preparedness piece? I mean, what are you looking at?
I agree. I agree with your statement. I would like a supportive volunteer program. I just think that the way it's housed and the way it's managed isn't appropriate. So
right. And so what I'm saying is, if we're looking at the Office of Emergency Management, that's to me a little bit of a different issue from the community preparedness program. So I mean, I may be the only person who thinks that because it's housed in there, but I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, because I think there's value in the community preparedness program. But and Chief, I don't know how you want to look at it, but whether or not OEM is worth keeping is different from whether or not the community preparedness program is worth keeping, which I think the community preparedness program is worth keeping. But I do question the effectiveness of the OEM department.
okay. Any other comments on this item? Okay, then let's move to page 271, which is the district administration program. Long, this wasn't one you had to comment on, is that correct?
That's correct. So the district administration program, there were some updates on this programs. One of the updates was a comment that Director Bernstein had in the Finance Committee meetings, where we were reporting in the program a 0.5 for a 0.5 FTEs for the administrative service managers. One of the Director Bernstein comments was to move that 0.5 FTE to a different programs, and it's currently being reported in the financial management program right now. So we technically move about 122,000 of that related to the 0.5 FTE salaries and benefits of the administrative service managers to the financial management program. That's pretty much the only change to this program.
And could you just comment on where the other half of the deputy chief is?
So the deputy chief, that is being reported in the accreditation program.
Oh, what's it? Okay, thank you. The deputy chief over in the accreditation program shows as one.
Right, because the deputy chief, the deputy chief positions in fiscal year, that the actual numbers in fact actually in the fiscal year 21, when Chief Long was the
I see.
yeah.
It's double counted though, because it's half in 2021 in the district administration,
Fire,
and it's one in the accreditation program. So in other words, in 2021, it shows 1.5 deputy chiefs.
no, 2021, the other half should be is shown in fire suppression program.
Well, okay, check with me. I'm looking at page 271. I see a half for deputy chief.
Right, that
And then
is an
I look at-
actual
I
for
look-
fiscal year 21.
I look at page 263 and I see for 2021, there's one deputy chief there.
Right, but so in fiscal year 2021, the other half of the deputy chief is being shown in the fire suppression program, which is on page.
Well, okay, we don't have to go in this long, but
Yeah.
then we've got two deputy chiefs.
Right.
Get all said and done here. So it doesn't matter. It's the history. Okay, so administrative service manager, you're putting all into which one? District administration or finance?
Finance.
Okay. Any comments or anything about district administration?
You know, Chuck,
Go ahead, Jim.
I would just like to ask Chief Lorenzen, is that admin services manager, if we're not budgeting anything for next year, does that mean that you don't plan on filling that position?
Oh, I believe it's budgeted. It's just budgeted and unfilled in the finance, under finance. If that makes sense.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. It's
They
budgeted
moved-
in a different
Yeah,
program.
we had it split, and I believe Director Bernstein asked if we could just show it all under financial management rather than
Okay,
having it
that's
split.
sufficient. I don't,
Yeah,
so you are planning on
But
filling the
it's-
position. It
we
is-
are,
it is
yes,
budgeted.
we are intending on
Okay.
filling it.
I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, I think this is something that bears some thought, and I think the idea of having an administrative service manager makes a lot of sense. And I think we need a finance manager. And I think we need an accounting manager. And so, and eventually, I think we need to streamline what we call district administration. Rather than having all these little pieces, we ought to just have a one big thing of all the administrators in here. But I think we definitely need a financial function. I think we need, and I would like to see us budget for another person here. So we got a whole accounting manager, a whole finance manager, and a whole administrative services manager. And the problem is, because these are on different pages, it's hard to put all these pieces together and keep track of all the pieces. But I think we should have this in the budget so that we go out and we hire the people we need to run the organization. Right now, we're just much too thin in terms of management.
Oh, Chuck,
Yes, please. Go ahead, Rob. Oh,
You
Jim.
know, again, I would ask, Chief Lorenzen, I know you're still relatively new to the position, and we're still reviewing positions and functions and evaluating where you may have gaps and whatnot. Do you anticipate, or is it too early for you to talk about the positions that you think you may need in this
No.
administrative realm?
I think it's probably too early to talk about some of them, but what Director Bernstein is talking about actually could be very helpful, and it would be, if we were going to add a single new position in this budget, my request would probably be not on the operational side, but in the form of what I would call an administrative services director, not a manager, but that would be somebody who would be, it would be a civilian position that would have oversight over perhaps HR and finance and IT. It's something that's it's very common that you see in organizations. And then with that administrative services manager, I'd probably retitle it without changing the salary and call it something along the lines of a finance manager, and have it, that would be somebody who probably has, it's a higher level budget analyst that can oversee a lot of the functions of the whole fiscal department. But that'd probably be one thing that is something I'd be very sure of coming to the board with at some point in time. So right now, if the board wanted to approve some kind of placeholder along those lines, that'd be incredibly helpful. And I think good for us in the longer term, as we just, as you work through the budget with us and we look at some of our accounting records, we have really incredibly competent staff, but we have a really high level of workload.
Do you anticipate making some of those recommendations this calendar year to the board?
Oh, for this calendar year, absolutely. Yeah, I will come back to the board hopefully within 2 or 3 months with kind of some conceptual ideas on what a reorganization looks like. With that being said, I still have a lot of considerations on the operational side, and that's really with our safety members. But this position is one that's pretty clear in my mind, and it's again that concept of an administrative services director. So, if there's an idea or support amongst the board to provide a placeholder in the budget now, that would be great. If not, I can certainly come back to the board with a more comprehensive plan, and we can add it later too.
Great, thank you.
Let me ask the board, I mean, this is something that I would certainly support. I think, and I think we need to get moving on we need to get started here. Would other people favor the idea of having this so-called administrative service manager be a real person and doing what are we talking about, Chief? A total of $300,000 or $400,000 per year?
Yeah, I think a ballpark with salary and benefits is probably 340. What that would allow me to do probably pretty quickly is work with Francine on changing the job description for the administrative services manager, which would be that kind of as somebody who's kind of a hands-on financial practitioner, and we could fill that probably quickly, in time for potentially in time for the new budget year starting. And then the administrative services director could be filled after that also.
Chuck, I'd be for it.
Was that Rob?
Yeah, I'd be for it, Chuck.
What do you think, Virginia?
Could we, would it be like a trial program at first to see how it would work? Could we do that?
It would be challenging to hire somebody at that level, and
Yeah, that's
I
true.
suppose they're at will, so it's,
Yeah.
Everyone who's at will is always on a lifetime trial period, but
That's true.
programmatically speaking, it's very tried and true.
Okay,
You know, of having somebody, like I said, that has high level administrative oversight of all the functions rather than, somebody who's deep in the weeds on things, but, somebody that has still that, practitioner level of skills that can give some oversight in those areas is really valuable. And
okay.
that person
I
would
I
be a
do think we
member.
need that.
Yeah, that person would be a member of what I would call the leadership or executive staff team to help with, department direction and decisions, just on a day-to-day basis.
Okay. Yeah, I do think we need that.
Robert, do you have some thoughts about this?
The chief feel like that would help, help him in getting things done. I'm all for it.
You said I'm all for it?
Yes, sir, I said that.
Okay, I couldn't quite hear, sorry. And Jim, you have a thought specifically on that?
Yes, I endorse the idea.
Well, Chief, it seems, I mean,
Wow.
I think it would be good to get that in this budget, and if you could get that prepared and even as part of the posted
Sure.
draft, that would be terrific.
Okay, well, we'll do that. That's really a pleasant surprise, and I really appreciate the support. I think that'll be incredibly helpful for us organizationally, and also as far as as you've seen with our budget, and just making the process that much more transparent and better for the future. So that's great.
Terrific. Okay.
Director Bernstein, this is Steve Miller. Could I just ask a clarifying question, please?
Yes, go ahead, please.
I just want to understand the direction from the board just now was to ask the chief to make some adjustments such that when the final budget is presented, it will include the staffing adjustments that you've just described, or are you proposing to actually make a change to the preliminary budget that you may be asked to vote on this evening?
I was talking about the preliminary budget where the chief this would increase the head count or some of the head count, and it would increase roughly 340,000, he just said.
Okay, so my suggestion would be that someone should be keeping track of this so that when there is a motion, as I think there's a recommendation to do so, to adopt the preliminary budget, that motion clarify what changes you are making to the written preliminary budget before you. This is the first that's been clarified this evening, but there may be others as well.
Okay, thank you. Michelle, are you able to keep track of that?
I'm doing that. Yes, thank you.
Okay,
I will do that.
thank you. And that's,
But to clarify, am I just keeping track of the position, the administrative services director, or in an amount, or what do you want me to track exactly?
I think both would need to be tracked.
Okay, so can you give the numbers to me again?
Well, let me just be clear here. There's already something in here about administrative services manager. So I think there needs to be some reworking of the wording here. And so I'm hesitant to say add a full-time administrative services manager because then I think we would end up having two, if I'm not mistaken, or something. So some words have to change a little bit, but we're talking about
Well,
adding a person. And we're talking about.
This was why I was suggesting that perhaps this is something that could be included in the final budget for the board's consideration, and that this discussion will be useful in informing that, but that perhaps it will be tricky to come up with the exact wording for the preliminary budget.
Well,
I think that could be workable for us. I mean, it's still, if just hearing the board's direction, that gives us time to start working on job descriptions. And I think timing wise, assuming we get the final budget approved before the end of this fiscal year, that should work fine.
Okay, well, my feeling would be, I would like to see us add one position in 340,000. It's pretty straightforward, but.
Okay. That's it. We also need I don't know, Steve, if we need that direction on the reclassification, if that needs to be in there or not on the budget, because we're going to reclassify one position And then
My
create a
question was
new
really a
allocation.
clarifying one, which is just if the board is intending, as Director Bernstein indicated, to adopt a modified preliminary budget, it should just be clear what the board is doing when it takes an action. If they're just providing direction for you to include in the final budget, then that clarity is only required next month, not this month.
It sounds like Director Bernstein would like it in the preliminary budget. So with that being said, do we need to add wording on a reclassification of a position or just the addition of a position? We can do both. That's fine. Just want to make
You
sure
could
we
do
get it
both.
right.
I mean, it's up to the board what motion they choose to adopt.
Could I recommend, I don't know how many of these there would be and how simple or hard it might be. What if we waited till we get to the end and then just see what kind of a task it would be?
Okay. I'm going to keep some notes here also, Michelle, so we can reconcile.
Thank you.
Okay, so district administration, are we done with that? We'll go to district council then. This is just a contract services budget. Any comments? Okay, we will move on then to the emergency management program budget. Comments from board members? Well, I will add to this. The problem is that, as Virginia pointed out, this is the OEM group split into two parts here. But this is a different focus. This is more at the professional level. And I think, I mean, again, it's just such a devastating comment, but I think at virtually every single level, we have failed to do anything here. We spent so well over $6 million in the last 10 years. And I think I was one of those people that would have voted for a strong alerting program 2 years ago, 3 years ago when it came up. And yet we had no idea how we would use the alerting systems, the audio alert system. And I think a number of us wanted to see this implemented throughout the district. We wanted to see it coordinated with other agencies. We wanted to know who would operate it, what the messages were. And we were promised that we would get something within some number of months. And here it is 3 years later, and we've gotten nothing on that. And this is sort of attitude of, oh, you turned down our proposal, and so screw you. We're not gonna do anything more on it. I was disappointed to see we had a person in Florida working for us for a year, and we can't get any information from what the person was doing because it was all secret information with Facebook. It's just, from a management level, it was ridiculous that we were paying for that. We've been told over and over again that we have no authority to do anything in terms of emergency management, that all of this is in the hands of the jurisdictions and they don't want us to do anything. And finally, I'm kind of convinced. I think we could do something, but I'm convinced that the group that's here can't do anything in terms of emergency management because they've told us over and over again, they have no authority, nobody listens to them, they can't do anything. And I'm looking at a budget of, $600,000 a year, and I'm saying, get it out of here, get rid of it. We're doing nothing here. So I apologize for being so unpolitic about this. I wish I could be kinder here, but I think that it's gone on so long and it's been such an insult to people who care about this, and I'm one of those, that it's just time to cut the cord and to say goodbye. So I would like to see us eliminate this item entirely.
Well, I have a different point of view on that, Chuck. I think, one, I'm not sure, over the last couple of years I have been trying to understand what the Office of Emergency Management, what they have done, what they're committed to try to do. Even reading the job descriptions, that was information about what they were designed to do. And I don't know how much politics you engaged in or anybody else engaged in with the city of East Palo Alto or the city of Menlo Park. If you deeply engaged in those two cities, I know I am with the city of East Palo Alto, it is a difficult task to get them to commit to certain things. And from my experience with Menlo Park, there are certain things each city has their own issues that is difficult to get things through. And part of my understanding of what Office of Emergency Management is to work with those jurisdictions to try and to, the big issue was DSW, who would take responsibility for that? And, clearly it wasn't from the fire district that we wanted to take on that responsibility. And where the responsibility lies, it lies with the cities that have these certain programs in. And who's going to sign a check once someone get hurt? Who get looked at? The district at the point that we didn't have saying, the board didn't agree for that to happen. And the cities was not taking on the responsibility. The city of East Palo Alto turned their responsibility over to the county to handle any kind of emergency that comes up. And I don't know what the city of Menlo Park, because I don't follow them as close as I do city of East Palo Alto. So I wouldn't say, I think it's unfair to not really, we haven't really had direct feedback from that department, in terms of all that they do. And I know Ryan was very helpful for the city of East Palo Alto when we had a big flood. He the one that helped at the time the city manager, Magda, fill out the paperwork that was necessary in order to get reimbursed for all the flooding and stuff that went on there. So that was his responsibility as being part of Office of Emergency Management. And he fulfilled that task honorably because they were very helpful. And there were other activities that goes on. I don't know what they all are, but we haven't, as a board, even began to ask him to come before us and tell us exactly what he does. We hear about complaints and we go with that. And maybe there's some personal things that you experience with. I don't know. All of them saying, I know what they have done. I have seen them do. And I know that if there's things that we don't understand, we need to get clarity on it and have them be the chief to help us to get that understanding so that we can, again, I think it's like, they are professionals. They know emergency management back and forth, and that's what they're trying to do. But when you got stubbornness sometimes in these cities, nothing happens. And right now we haven't taken on responsibility of that critical element that's keeping, I know for me as a certain member in East Palo Alto, I go out, if some disasters happen, something comes up, I'm going out there. I'm not looking for to get reimbursed for if I get in an accident. It's because I'm a neighbor, a person living in the community, and I want to help my neighbors. So that's what motivates me and my group to do that. It'd be great to have coverage on that, but who's going to give me the coverage? Can't get it from the district because we have as a board saying that we want to take on that responsibility and have it ready for our certain volunteers. We can't get it from the city because cities, they're not. They got their own issues and problems that they're dealing with. They had not taken on that responsibility. So I'm not willing to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I'm not willing to end OEM because I see the good things they have done. And both Ryan and Andreas is trying to do. I think somewhere we're on different pages. And when I say we, I'm talking about the board on different pages. And we need to get on the same page so we can understand. And that goes throughout the whole. And that's why, and I applaud you for putting together this 20-page process with each one of these programs, because hopefully through this process, we will get on the same page with the program and what we're trying to do in the district. So that's all I have to say. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Rob?
Yep. Thank you, Chuck. As I said before, I would really like to give the chief and his staff an opportunity to review this. You know, I don't think we're in such a, it's going to take time for them to compile the information that we need, but I would like to get the new chief and staff's a review of this, prepare a staff report with a recommendation from the chief and his staff, and, you know, give him as a new chief to evaluate this and come to us with a recommendation that, you know, maybe we can live with. You know, I don't know what his recommendation's going to be, but him and his staff are the professionals. And, you know, I would like to give the, you know, our new chief of staff and his staff to fix it. So that's where I'm at with that, Chuck. Thank you.
Okay. Did somebody say my name? Any other comments on this item? Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, Chuck, I would just echo what Rob, excuse me, what Rob had to say on this topic. I think when we talked earlier about the chief doing a review, a program review, it's really, I know OEM is divided into 2 programs now, but, you know, I'm looking forward, you know, his recommendations, the chief's recommendations on best way to move forward.
Okay. Any other comments on this item?
I have a comment.
Go ahead, Virginia.
So I'm not sure how effective OEM has been. And I actually don't totally agree with you, Robert. OEM has made a presentation to us, and OEM has, quite frankly, this is not the first time the issues come up about, you know, how effective they are. And I kind of think that when this has been a concern for years, that, you know, they would have actually made more of an effort to try to figure out how, you know, they can kind of ameliorate the situation with the board. I don't want to jeopardize the community piece of this, as I mentioned before, the community preparedness piece. But, you know, with OEM, if they, I mean, I don't know, what are the successes that they can tout? If having Magda, for example, the old former retired city manager, fill out the paperwork for that, that's one thing that, you know, that's memorable. And, you know, the amount of money that
for me, it was, you weren't standing in a hip full of water around the city during the time of the flood. You don't know how important it was for that to take place. You think it's just a piece of paper that made everything.
I'm not saying that
no one in our city had the experience and understanding how to do that. I'm just saying you don't know.
So
Robert.
Clearly it doesn't matter what I have to
Virginia,
say,
hang on,
because every time I'm
just
interrupted,
stop
no one
it.
calls.
Please,
Stop
Virginia,
it.
Robert,
Stop it.
stop. Robert,
Bullshit.
I will call on you in a minute, but let Virginia finish her comments.
I'm
and I'll
not,
come back
I'm
to
not
you.
trying to be critical. I don't know. You're right, Robert. I don't know. But all I'm saying is that I would want to know what we're getting in return for the amount of money we're spending on OEM. That's all I'm saying, because I don't see the results. But you know what? I'm not in your position either. I wasn't in East Palo Alto at the time.
Okay, are you done, Virginia?
Yeah, but I just want to talk about protocol.
Okay, please.
I'm always the one who's being told to be quiet when people perceive that I'm interrupting people, but when people interrupt me, there's no problem with that. And that is very unequal treatment of board members who are equally elected. And I think it's disgusting behavior. And not Robert, this has been going on for years.
Well, I don't know if you're referring to me, Virginia. I was trying to just get everything silent a minute so that I could recognize you because you had the floor. And I did want to get it back to order. So I did ask you to stop though, because you were trying to talk over someone else and that was.
Who
not-
was interrupting me?
I know he was, but two people talk at the same time still doesn't work. So that's why I asked just for both.
I would suggest that maybe whoever's the
Wait,
interrupt.
wait,
I
please.
would apologize for my ill behavior, because that is unbecoming of me, but anyway, I apologize.
Okay, Robert, I'm going to give you the floor now also to make any comments about Virginia's statements. Could you? Do you have?
I don't want to play that, Chuck. I don't say what I had to say. Virginia has said whatever say. I'm not going to get in this retaliatory kind of conversation thing.
Okay. Does anybody else have any comments then on the emergency management? Any further comments?
Director, if I could just make a couple.
Please.
Yeah, it's, again, it's, even though it's uncomfortable, sometimes it's good to hear the feedback. And again, as I talk about the program, I'm really talking about the two individuals in it, whether it's, we have them separated out, but when I'm talking about retooling it, I'm talking about taking the talents and the competencies of the two individuals and listening to the board and the feedback we've gotten and figuring out what it is that we want to give to the community. And we're going to retool and figure that out, and part of that is sharing with you what they're already doing. And you as a board may decide, we don't want to do that part anymore. And that's fine. What I'm saying is give us an opportunity to come to you with a plan, and it will be something that we do collaboratively. And we're going to try and figure out a way to make us successful moving forward. So things look differently a year from now. And if it's not working from a year from now because we weren't successful in that, I won't argue against changing the funding or the status or, redirecting, but we're going to give it a good effort and see what we can do.
Well, Chief, I think, so let me just clarify. I think you promised some response to the board before a year, before a year from now. So. I'm not sure what the fourth quarter, I heard two things. The fourth quarter could be our fourth quarter and we're in it right now, or the fourth quarter could be October, November, December, the calendar fourth quarter. Which did you mean?
Yeah, I was thinking it was this, the fourth quarter of the calendar year. So that's in that October, November, December range. We have a plan in place.
Okay.
So that will be a lot of conversations with you, and we may not have implemented the plan by then, but we'll have a plan that everyone's put some eyeballs on and you have all agreed to. And again, there's, especially when we talk about OEM, and I know I said this in the committee meetings, but I'll say it for the whole board and for everyone that's listening in. What OEM and Ryan is doing is what OEMs do, when usually it's a county function, but a lot of the planning and the things that they do, it's not related to CERT. And so, as I said then, it feels like there's just been a disconnect in expectations from what the board and the community is expecting out of OEM. And I don't know that, I think some of them may have been shared with the fire chief. I don't know if the specific direction has been shared specifically with OEM, but that's what I'm looking for, is that opportunity to connect us, figure out what everyone's expectations are. You guys are the policy deciders, and you get, if there's parts or pieces that we're doing that we're not obligated to do and we don't have to do it for whatever compliance reasons, then, we can deprioritize it and prioritize something else. But, that's going to be my goal to do over the next couple of months, and then sit down and make sure we're all on the same page.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other comments? Oh, Virginia, you have a comment. Go ahead, please.
So, Chief, and actually the rest of the board, I think that we have to keep in mind that at the end of the day, we still have to provide good customer service. And I've heard too long from too many members of the public that the OEM is not as effective as it could be. So I think that when we look at how we retooled this, and I do think it's a finite number of quarters, and again, I don't want this to be politicized, especially since there's a fire board election coming up this year. I think that we have to keep in mind the customer service piece of this, Mark, because I'm tired of hearing from the customers, the public, how ineffective this is. And so I think that at everything we do, we have to keep that in mind. And I know that we're not all going to agree on the effectiveness of the OEM area or department, but I don't think that we can ignore what the public has been saying for years, which I think has kind of been happening. And maybe this is the discussion that'll light the fire, if you will, underneath the OEM department's feet at this point. So, I mean, I just think keep in mind that we serve the public.
Sure. And what I'll be looking for is trying to develop some objective measures with the board so that we can actually measure that. I recognize there's already some personality conflicts that exist out there, and hopefully we can get past that and all work towards, like you said, serving the community and the public and making our community safer.
Okay, seeing no more hands here, I'll move to page 276, the Emergency Medical Services Program. Anybody have any comments on the Emergency Medical Services Program? If not, then I will move to the next one after that, which is the Explorer Program on page 278. I'll just reiterate a comment I made previously about spending $40,000 in overtime, and I understand the chief's explanation for this, but given that it seems like the actual expenditure is lower than what the budget is, it's not clear why the budget should go up. So maybe we can do some trimming on that. Any other comments about the Explorers? Okay, I'll move to the Facilities Program Summary on page 279. Any comment?
There is an update on the facility programs.
Thank you.
We actually increased the contract service expenditures request by $477,000. The increase is due to under budgeting the contract service expenditures categories. The expenditures increases for basically for maintenance and repairs of all districts, facilities, and equipments for all our in our stations. So that's pretty much the only increase for the facility programs.
So the contract services would be $1.4 million. Is that what you're saying? Or $1 million?
So contract service, the original budget, preliminary budget during the committee reports was 122,000. We just increased it up to 600,000 so that we can be similar to last year's.
I see. So that number is correct now. Got it.
That's correct.
Okay, sorry. I think, and it's maybe premature here, this is something I'd like the chief to look at, but this is where I think we need a person in this area to do facilities management. I think we have so much fixed plant now. We'd have such a need to plan the future. We have a need to be maintaining this. And I think using a civilian facilities manager makes a lot of sense rather than using an overtime person. I mean, we're not going to get a person to do it for $40,000, but I think we have an obligation to care for our facilities and spend the time to do it right. So I hope you will look at this in the future, Chief, and consider putting somebody in charge of our facilities.
I've made a note of it. I will look into it.
Any other comments? Okay, and we'll move on to page 280, which is financial management.
Sorry, the financial management has some updates as well. As you can see, we did transfer the 0.5 FTEs from the district administration programs to the financial management programs. So that's pretty much 122,000 increase related to that transfer. And in addition, our transfer out, as you can see, there was an increase about 1.2 million. That's related to the offsets due to the increase in the expenditure budgets by 1.3 million.
Sorry, Long, would you a little bit more slowly? Which number changed?
So we actually allocate or reallocate the 0.5 FTE for the administrative service managers from the district administration programs to the financial management programs. So the overall increase in this program related to salaries and benefits for the manager position is about 122,000.
I see. That's okay. You're not talking about the bottom line transfers out. You're talking about up in the salaries area.
Exactly.
Okay.
And as far as the transfer out number, that number reduced as well by 1.2 million. That is due to the offsets for the increase in expenditures, the overall that we updated.
Okay.
Director, if I can add, well, first of all, that transfer out there is kind of, I'll call it a plug number. I mean, it's as our expenditures and revenues change, that number changes. But you'll notice that Long also separated that out. Yeah, that was a discussion item we had so that you could take a look at the true budget items without it skewing it. So we did a kind of above the line and below the line thing there for you.
Yeah. And I
Makes it
think
a little bit easier to evaluate the budget.
I think it would be helpful too. I'm not suggesting you have to change this now, but doing the same thing with the fixed assets as well.
Yeah, I have a note for that for future.
Any comments on this one? Okay, we'll move forward to fire prevention on page 282. Comments on fire prevention?
I might have a quick comment. Hold on. Can I ask a quick question?
Please go ahead, Virginia.
So Chief, is John Johnston our PIO? I think he is, right?
Yes, I think that's one of his duties. Yeah.
Is that, well, okay, I just want to make sure that that's part of his compensation and it's not extra for extra. That I don't know if that's the case or not, but is he trained for that position? I mean, like, do we need to put in there some kind of trainings?
I'll have to get back to you. Yeah, I don't know if we run all of our PIOs through the PIO training. It's not a very lengthy class, so I can make sure. And I have to imagine we probably have some backups, and it's probably not bad training for all of our chief officers to have, when they end up dealing with the press. But
yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm just bringing it up under fire prevention because I know that that's John's role, but maybe it needs to go into a different bucket for training.
oh yeah, John just texted me, says yes, he has completed the PIO course.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I
I just want to make sure that, like if tonight, when you had mentioned that shooting at the park in East Palo Alto, that if someone calls somebody like the press calls, which I think it is a relevant topic, you know, that someone's available to talk to them. Because I think, you know, whether or not we liked Harold's, you know, relationship with the media, you know, he got information out. And I think that we need to be timely in our abilities to get information out.
Got it. And he's, yeah, he is. So that's, you know, I'll loop back around with staff and figure out what our process is and what kind of coverage we have. It's one of those things also, as I develop the relationships with the press, with certain reporters, I will give them my cell phone number, and I'm always available to answer questions. I may not have all the answers, but I can certainly get back to them. So
Yeah, I think they would probably
figure out process-wise.
appreciate. Yeah, I think they would appreciate that.
Yeah,
Thank
But-
you.
sure.
I have a couple comments on this. This is a tough one to budget for in a way, because a lot of it relates to demand for services, and a lot of it is reimbursed by you know, the submission of plans and so forth. But I know here for salaries, for the same number of people, the budget went from this year from 1.3 million up to over 1.5 million. So an 18% increase. The explanation is that there's some merit adjustments and so forth. But you know, the most merit you could have, if we're looking at steps and so forth, I think is about 5%. So there seems to be another whole story here. And then I looked down at contract services in 2021, going from 200,000 to 400,000 to almost 500,000, which again may be justified based on the demand for services and the fact that people are paying fees to get these plans checked and so forth. But there's just not a lot of information here to be able to understand this. I think the fire prevention group does a good job, and I'm not in any way complaining about it. And I'm not suggesting that there's anything wrong. I'm just saying that as a board member, it's hard for me to have any understanding of why we would have an 18% increase in salaries with the same number of people.
Right.
So.
Long might be able to explain that one. I know on the contract services side, in speaking with John, we're starting to have a lot of really high-end, complex development where we're using or utilizing the services of these highly technical outside contractors. So I think they're trying to anticipate what might be happening in the area of development and building and ensure they have enough budgeting. And then Long, I don't know if you have a better explanation why we have an 18% increase versus something a little bit lower.
So as as far as the fire prevention's salaries and benefits budgets, as you can see, some of the fire prevention staff, they're not fully capped out yet. So technically, every year they get a step increase, which is a 5% increase, plus the COLA increase on their in their IFF MOUs. That will give them another additional increase on top of the 5% step increase. Then on top of that, once personnel has been tenured for about 3 or 4 years, they tend to accumulate a lot of PTO times, and personnel can elect to cash out their unused PTO during the fiscal year. So that's why sometimes you see the big jump is due to sometimes it's due to the cash out of the PTOs during the fiscal year that increased that number as well. So it's basically a various there's various reasons why the increase, but some of the general explanations of merit adjustments, compensation increase, and the annual leave cash out is the main culprit for the increase. Did that explain your question, directors?
Let me come back. It actually doesn't. In fact, it raises a question. Normally, when with PTO, we we take an expense every pay period for paid time off that's accrued, right?
No. So every pay period, the employees accrue, let's say 18 hours.
Okay,
That 18 hours goes into their PTO bank
right. So
until it is used.
when it goes into the bank, that's
Uh,
that's an expense. And
that is a liability.
that's what I'm saying. So when we pay out the cash, all we're doing is reducing the liability. We're not in any way creating a new expense. So that could not be an explanation. In other words, we expense it when the liability is created. But when we pay off the liability, when we shift it from a liability to a cash outlay, there is no expenditure. All we're doing is reducing our liability.
So when we do PTO, the PTO is that not actually reported on the fund financial statements. When we convert the fund financial statements to the government-wide, I'm talking accounting now. Then we would include the liability for the annual leave as compensation absences. But what you're talking about is when we cash out or sell our PTO, that is actually captured in the expenditures for the sale of the PTO time. So we actually increase our expenditures when personnel sells their PTO time in the fiscal year.
Okay, well, we can discuss this offline. It doesn't
Sure.
really relate to the budget because I think, yeah, I mean, that wouldn't be normally what I would see in as a gap procedure. But any case, we can take that offline. In any case, I'm not sure that's what it is. It would be nice to understand more about why this is, because even if you took a 5% increase for step and 5% increase for the what do you call it, the COLA, the cost of living adjustment, we're still only talking about 10%. So it's hard to get up to 18%. In any case, it just raises some questions in my mind. It may relate to substantial increases or changes in responsibility or any number of things. It's just not obvious here what's behind this. So I won't push it any farther, but I would hope that between now and when we finalize this, you've taken a hard look at this and that these numbers are correct.
Sure.
Any other comments on fire prevention? Okay, I'll turn to page 284, fire suppression. Any comments? Seeing none, we'll turn then to page 286, fitness program. Any comments on this?
For the fitness program, there's one minor change. We actually reduced the contract service by 2,000 in this program. That was the only change that was done for this program.
Okay. Well, I'll make my comment that I made before. Spending $13,000 on overtime for fitness compared to $85 2 years ago just doesn't seem reasonable to me, and I'd have difficult justifying that to anybody, but.
I agree with that. I mean, do we have any idea what made that go up so much?
Well, again, I'm looking at our actuals, and again, I will always say this with this, and I can't be completely sure that these are accurate, but year to date, right now through April, we have $461 in overtime related to fitness. So again, I think that's just one of those things where people are using the prior year's budgeted overtime amounts, and we're underspending. So yeah, that's probably one of those areas where we can trim.
Okay, thank you, Chief. I appreciate you sharpening your pencil on some of those
Got
things.
it.
Any other question? Okay, let's go then to page 287, heavy rescue. This is where I was confused with the rescue, and I see it's different, but we have a heavy rescue vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, we do have a heavy rescue vehicle.
But we don't staff it except when it's needed. Do I understand that correctly?
That's correct. And this applies to more than just that program, but you know, it's not just related to that vehicle. It's a lot of it has to do with the training to keep our folks and their skills up at those certain levels. But yeah, I don't want to keep talking because I'm not. I don't know that I've answered a question. Or yeah, sorry, as the later it gets, the slower I'm getting.
Yeah, well, thank you for having the fortitude to be here as long as you have been. Yeah, I'll tell you, I'm concerned about where we're a service center for outside fire agencies, and I don't know how much of this serves our district and how much doesn't. But this is one of those areas I don't have enough knowledge, but I don't want to be a free resource to everywhere in the county because we have a vehicle.
No, and I think what you end up finding, I mean, there are small agencies that don't have the resources to do this, but predominantly throughout California, you find a number of agencies that are our size that support heavy rescue programs and provide training to their folks. They may or may not have a piece of equipment that's similar to ours, but they certainly spend the time and energy on training their staff up. Sometimes it's to staff up some equipment that's provided by OES. Sometimes it's when they have their own equipment similar to our heavy rescue, but you can find that commonly through. And then again, it's all going to be dependent on the mutual aid system when something significant happens, whether it's a minor earthquake inland somewhere or some kind of small terrorist incident that we deploy to, but it's pretty common. Yeah.
Any other comments on this? Okay, we'll turn then to page 288, Honor Guard. And it looks like we're buying some new equipment for them. Is that correct, Chief?
Yes, that's for new tools and equipment. I mean, it's usually some of the axes, some of the flags, probably outfitting new members with their attire is a little bit different than ours. And then I did just want to give a clarifying comment that was different than what I had said at the committee meeting. And the overtime, when we have members that, so the only overtime that's spent on this is when we backfill on duty members if they happen to be involved in an honor guard event. It was explained to me that when people do honor guard activities off duty, they don't put in for overtime. So it's only for backfill.
Well, it seems like they have more people than they need for any individual honor guard. It seems like we could select off-duty people only and get rid of, $75,000 worth of expenditure.
Yeah, I suppose that could,
Aren't there some?
I wouldn't be a big fan of that to pick on it just, you might find participation in the honor guard program might go down. We were just trying to save them money by doing that.
Chuck?
Yeah, go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, thanks. Chief,
Yes.
do we send the honor guard out of area?
Out of our district definitely to,
Okay.
They might go up to the Fallen Firefighter Memorial in Sacramento that's done every year.
Okay.
They will, if we put a name on the memorial back in Colorado Springs.
Okay.
Go to that.
So we're looking at how many people in the Army Guard, Chief?
17.
How many?
17.
17. Okay, so if we're looking at airfare per diem, I mean, in order for our agency to represent not only memorial service, but firefighters killed in the line of duty, that's kind of a reasonable number. I mean, agency I came from, every major office, which is over 300, had a memorial wall to every federal agent that was killed in the line of duty from the inception of the federal agency, plus a EAP program where if anyone was injured, they would fly out not only the counseling, but they would also fly out relatives and things like that. So this is just a small amount from an agency I came from to honor individuals that are either injured or killed in the line of duty or the ones that have been. So it is what it is, as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
Rob, I just wanted to point out that if you look at 2021, we spent nothing on it. It was a volunteer thing entirely. And then this current year it goes up to 54,000 and next year 123,000. I think there needs to be some limits on this.
Yeah. Maybe, I don't know yet. That would be something that, the chief and his staff, need to address. Why did your question, Chuck? I mean, why did it go up so much from last year to this year? I mean, were there a lot of in-service deaths? Did we take more of an presence in some of these out of town or out of area ceremonies? I mean, those are the questions that I'd like to know. But for 17 people that are involved in this, it involves like uniforms and other different types of equipment, right?
Sure. I mean, it's not very different than law enforcement's honor guard, where they have a special dress uniform and certain,
right,
parade equipment. I will say that our
how about
overtime, and
COVID?
again,
How about COVID?
How
about the attendance? I mean, that would be a major factor, right? If like last 2 years were COVID, I mean, nobody's going to any honor guard ceremonies, correct?
Right. I know in my last agency,
Okay.
we had to shut those down because the events just stopped.
Right.
So the only things that we had were just few and far between. So
Yeah, which is why I was questioning the expenses over the last couple years.
yeah, and I'm looking again at our actuals, and even though we had, it looks like 48.4 budgeted for this current fiscal year that we're in, we're only at $1,800 on overtime. So again, we're way underspent. I know we have a name that we're adding to the memorial in Colorado Springs this year. I think we had a job-related death with one of our members. I don't know if it was a cancer or heart thing. So we're adding a name of one of our fallen members to the memorial. So they're trying to anticipate some costs related to that and budget that. So, but I can also go back and take a little look at the honor guard overtime and see if we can trim there, as we're looking forward in the future, I think everyone's trying to make sure they have enough money to be able to operate within their program. Maybe there's a way, and I can talk about this with Long, about creating some overtime budget that we could put in under myself or Chief Coyle or someone that, if somebody under budgets and they have a justification for it, we can dip into or something like that. So anyway, just I'm seeing that consistently, and that might be part of COVID, and that might be part of just people wanting to make sure they stay under budget too.
Well, I'm not against guard. I think it's a great program, but I am trying to be cognizant of the fact that if, members of the public see this, like, oh, wow. I mean, I don't, I think it's the amount of money that would be going towards this for an honor guard program, which I mean, I actually I love the honor guard program, but I just want the public perception to not be viewed, well, the public to not view this as, wow, they're spending that money on that. Like, in terms of the amount and the differential year over year.
Chief, when we do the honor guard, is it 4 people that do the actual flag ceremony, or is it more than that?
It can really vary, and it might be, and it depends on what it is we're doing. If it's one of our own members, it could be every member in the honor guard. If we're
I see.
sending a member to participate in a funeral in a neighboring agency, it could be 1 or 2. It just really depends. If sometimes, especially these days with PTSD, if a law enforcement officer or a fellow firefighter takes their own life off duty, we may go and stand guard over the body until the coroner comes, out of respect for the family. So that might just be 1 member or 2 members. It's a variety of different things that we end up doing.
And I think it depends on the venue too, Chuck, because I was at some college bowl game, and our honor guard was there, and I think they had like 5 or 6 people, but it was a pretty big venue, right? So I think it just depends on the situation. But I was
Yeah.
very proud that they were there.
Chuck,
Yes, go ahead, Rob.
Chief, are they paid overtime, the honor guard individual members, or are we talking about, let's say, if they're removed from a station or an assignment, is that money for backfill
Yes,
positions, or is it?
that is
you
my
know what I'm saying,
understanding.
Chief?
It's only for backfill. Yeah.
It's only for backfill. So
Yeah,
if
Chief
you've got to send
Wardinger.
it, okay,
Yeah, Chief Wardinger said that when they're off on their own time, they're not getting overtime. So it's if they're going to be gone at an event, let's say it's for, when we
Okay.
send them to Sacramento for the day, we'll backfill behind them and cover them.
so it's not particularly for individual participation, but it's for backfill only.
Right.
Okay, thank you, Chief.
Any other comments on that? Okay, let's move then to the next one, which is the page 289, the hose program. And yeah, I think at some point, the hose and saws and ropes and so forth shouldn't really be programs. I had the comment that I don't know why we have to have overtime for somebody looking at hoses. But I think that's something to be cleaned up in the future. Anybody else have any comments? Okay, I'll move then to 290, human resources and risk management. Any comments? And nothing from you, Long, is that correct?
Nothing from for human resource.
Okay. Then let's keep moving on. We'll go to page 292, information technology. Any comments on that? I have just one, which is a positive comment. I mean, when I look at something, information technology, which is, necessary, and we need to keep this running, 24 hours a day and so forth. I know that some of these positions at least are exempt positions, but I'm pleasantly surprised to see very little, virtually no overtime in this budget. So for something that really is truly critical 24/7, it's nice to see very little overtime. Any other comments? Okay. So then page 294, which is the live fire program. Comments on this? Well, I'll make one again. sorry, when I look at 2021 and I'm looking at a total of $10,700 going up almost 10 times to 108,000 and then almost doubling again to 180,000. It's hard for me to understand increases like this.
Chuck?
Yes, go ahead, Rob.
Thank you. Chief, how many new firefighters do we have that were hired in the last 3 years? Do we know?
Ooh, I don't know. I just
More
don't
than-
have the history to know.
I'm sorry, more than 20, would you say?
Shoot, we hired 8 this year, so that's likely or close to it.
Okay,
Yeah.
so then we would need more training for those new firefighters?
Yep.
Would they have to train more if they're recently hired in the last 3 years?
Yes.
Okay. Because where I came from, usually newbies had to do a lot more training than individuals that had years and years of experience. And I know that we have gone through a huge hiring process within the last 5 years. So I think the more they can train, the better.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
the other possibility is to be doing training during on-duty hours too. It's not clear that we need, the
Yeah, but then
training-
trucks are, right, and then trucks are out of service. And then other agencies have to backfill for our calls for service.
Maybe, but in an emergency, it seems like we're only 10 or 15 minutes at the most away from any call, so.
And I will share with you on this. Well, first of all, the contract services are up much higher because we're just anticipating cleanup. That's the live fire site is the side of the Dumbarton site that we're going to have to vacate. The overtime is up in part is due to what Director Solano is talking about. It's also that concept if you build it, they will come, and we've really built a beautiful facility there, and we're using the heck out of it. And what we have to do in order to run that, we have a live fire cadre. It is a good group of people in order to run the scenarios there and safely run them. And it is too much of a commitment for us to take engine companies out of service to run people through there. So it's, I don't know that, when you fully cost out something, a proposal, that it was necessarily in there, but when we put up those boxes and increase our capacity there, it's something that we're using now, and there's some overtime that's associated with its high level of use.
Yeah. Chief?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I've looked in my notes here, and within the last 3 years, approximately we've hired over 50 new firefighters.
Wow.
Oh, last 4 years, 2018, and we're in 22. So, wow, it's late here. I'm trying to do the math. We're looking like, we've, at least since 2018, we've hired over 50 new firefighters. So that's a tremendous training issue for our training staff. And how many people do we have there? What, 3 training staff people there? Something like that.
No.
I'm getting a little groggy. I'm sorry. Chuck, I'm sorry. Thank you.
That's all right. No, I mean, I'm just looking at 2 years ago, we hired a bunch of people too, and we spent $5,800, and this year we're talking in overtime, and this year we're talking about 75,000. It's just, these are large increases. And I'm cognizant of what the chief said in terms of maybe we're not spending this money, but I think that there's perhaps not as much discipline going into the budgeting as there should be. And,
I will say on this one, we're excuse me, we're spending it. We are Excuse me. Anyway, we're slightly over budget on our actuals for live fire because we are, like I said, using the heck out of that.
Okay. Any other comments on that one? Then I'll move forward to the operations audio and visual program summary on page 295. Comments?
There is an update on this program. We actually reduced the overtime expenditures by 10,000. So there was a reduction in overtime of in this program.
Okay. Well, again, I'm not sure why we're making our own videos here, but 2 years ago, we spent $5,500. This year, we're talking about 95,000. And I don't feel that, I don't know. Somebody may be enjoying this or maybe a hobby or something, but it seems like an awful lot of money increase. And it's just not clear why our operations are changing such that we need an audio visual program. Any other comments on this? I'll go to page 298, personal protective equipment program. Any comments? Okay. I'll go to page 297, public education. Any comments on this? My comments here relate to the overtime again. The justification here is that we're doing more training and things are happening weekends and evenings and so forth. It seems to me that the expense for the job description ought to be some sort of variable hours. If public education happens at all hours, that ought to be in the job description and it shouldn't be overtime. I mean, we look at the board meetings, which here we are in overtime in theory right now, and there's no overtime at all in the budget. Now, I know it's because the clerk is exempt and so forth, but somehow it seems like we could have different hours for whoever was doing this or whatever, such that it reduced the need for overtime. Going again from 218,000 up to 366,000 here. I'm just not sure that is justified. Any other comments? Okay, I'll go to the radios and communications program. Just noting that the fixed assets here under 22-23 are 2.2 million here, which there's still an increase in the budget, but it's really skewing the budget. And that's why I think the fixed assets should not be here in the future and so forth. But even so, contract services going way up and overtime going up. Any other comments? Regional Training Center, page 299.
There is an update on this program. We actually increased the expenditures budgets to the fixed assets categories by 200,000. This 200,000 is earmarked towards renovating the rope towers that we have on the sites. The current towers is currently under assessment, cost assessments to see how much is it to pretty much renovates and rebuilt. But the request is to earmark the funds, but the final approvals, the go-ahead approvals will relies on the fire chief to go forward with the projects.
What are you referring to when you say towers?
So we, I believe there's a training towers in the on the regional training center that needs renovating and kind of rebuilt because it's in not in a very good condition right now. So staff is having someone come and assess how much is needed to pretty much rebuild and renovate the training towers. So the cost is just to earmark for the renovation for the next fiscal year.
By that, you mean you got a placeholder, you're just putting in some money, but you don't know exactly what it'll be?
Exactly, and the final approvals for the projects will lies on the fire chief to go forward with projects.
And any explanation for why the overtime goes up 10 times?
I believe that's due to the anticipated cleanup work that staff is projecting that we need to do after PG&E take the sites over.
Okay. But the intent is to have a contractor do the majority of that, right? We're not going to be paying overtime to firefighters or whatever to be moving things. Am I correct, Chief?
Yeah, our desire is to do whatever is most cost efficient. I know we have monies allocated in both some overtime and some increases in our contract services. So we're not sure where it's going to be allocated. So we're making educated guesses here. And there's, again, this is the challenge with the way our programs are set up. We have the regional training center and the live fire site, both of which have some money allocated for helping with the cleanup. So at this point in time next year, we hope to have program budgets that, or budgets that make more sense and consolidate these items together.
Any other comments? Okay, we'll turn to page 300, the rope program. Any comments on the rope program? Okay, on page 301, the SAWS program. I'll have to say, I know I'm a broken record, I'm sorry, but again, I'm looking at that overtime going from 4,000 doubling to 8,000 to figure out what saws we need. Somehow it just doesn't seem right to me, but hope we can sharpen pencils here too. No more comments on that. 302, the self-contained breathing apparatus budget. Again, overtime going from 3,800 to 25,000. It doesn't seem right, but any other comments? Okay, page 303, station supplies. Okay, page 304, training program.
So the training program had two updates in this program. In the original budget that went to the committees, there were, I guess, wrong allocations related to the contract service categories. So we budgeted about 90,000 in extras in contract service categories. So we moved that 90,000 to overtime to backfill for the fire academies. So that's one of the change. Then the other change was to increase the overtime's budget by 22,000. And this was due to additional training plans for the fiscal year that requires an increase in overtime.
Any comments? Move forward then to page 306, Tactical Medic Program. Any comments on this? Well, I just have to say again, I see a budget from 2 years, actual from 2 years ago, it's 17,800 going up to 135,000 this year as a budget. Just seems like a huge increase without really any explanation. Any other comments? Okay, tools and equipment. Page 307.
On page 307 for tools and equipments program, there is a change in the budget numbers. We actually increased this program by $661,000. The increase was due to apparatus equipment purchase for the new engines and the one tiller trucks. It was omitted during the community version, so we just included the revised or amended budgets into this program.
I'm sorry, Long, you said the budget went up by 661,000?
That's correct.
Which item? I mean, there is no item that's 661. Where, or did that go through all these items?
So we increased the materials and supplies budget by 509,000. The contract service budget by 15,000 for additional testing and evaluation services. Then we increased the fixed assets by 130,000 for a purchase request for replacing the TIGs. So that makes up the 661,000 increase for this program.
And these are all things that are going to go on the new engines? Is that what you said?
509,000 of that is for equipment that's going on to the new engines. 15,000 of that is for testing and evaluation services, and the 130,000 of that is for replacement of fixed assets that we have for the program.
I see. Any comments? Again, I'm concerned about the overtime. I think the equipment's probably needed. Why the overtime has to go from $280 up to $20,000. I'm just not sure why this is an overtime thing. This is, if we could get a facilities and purchasing manager or something, and they could do ropes and saws and self-contained breathing apparatus, and we could turn all that overtime into a regular position, I think we would be way, way ahead. Okay, any other comments on? Let's go then to page 308. Truck Academy. This is just an overtime program. Any comments? Okay, go to page 309, unmanned aerial systems. Comments?
Quick question. Is this the compensation for Tom Owens? Or what, how is this broken out in terms of staff versus Tom?
Tom's Tom's salary is in the fire prevention budget, so
Not in this budget.
not in this budget. That came up during the committee hearings, again, just about that, the cost accounting and trying to determine what the true cost of the program is, so. Yeah, that's, one of those things that we will need to work on for next year and trying to figure out what the appropriate way to budget is and also trying to allocate our costs across programs.
Yeah,
But yes,
because
salary's not in there.
okay, because it seems like, is he on contract or is he a permanent employee?
I think he's a part-time employee. Is that correct, Long?
He's a part-time employee.
Okay. But he's really specifically employed for this position for the drone program, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay, so I guess I don't understand why he would be in fire prevention. Okay. I just don't think that this, unless I'm missing something here.
No, from a cost accounting perspective, I agree.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Is that gonna be changed or y'all just gonna keep it keep it in the
Well,
way?
I think, my guess is next year, all of this is gonna look different, so rather, I think we'll just acknowledge that it's imperfect this year, and
Okay.
what we're gonna come to you with at the next year's budget is gonna be, I hope I'm not overselling it, but it's gonna be better.
Okay, sounds good, thanks.
Mhm.
Okay, no more comments there. Page 310, the water rescue program. I had just one comment that is editorial. In the second line there, it just bothers me to see San Francisco Creek misspelled. So I hope that you could correct that.
Got it. We will do that.
Thank you. Any comments on the water rescue? Okay, page 311, the wellness program.
For the wellness program, this is the last updates that we did for the program budgets. The wellness program, we increased the overtime budgets by 11,000. This is for additional peer support for the program.
And I don't know, this rubs me the wrong way. I don't know why people can't provide peer support when they're on duty and sitting in the firehouse or having dinner or something. I mean, why does somebody have to come get either backfilled to provide support for someone? I just don't get it. And when I get to this point, it feels to me like we're making a gift of overtime and overtime's becoming an entitlement. But yeah, I'm all for peer support. But when it's costing the taxpayers an extra $14,000 this year, it just rubs me the wrong way. Certainly not an emergency. Any other comments on this? Okay, then we're on page 312, the wildland program summary. I did have a question here, Chief. Maybe the last bullet on the top half of the page, the last bullet point. What is a rapid extrication module support team?
Rapid, Well, I've heard of the REMS. I don't know if that's a misspelling on model support team, but the REMS, if I can talk about that, it is something that's a position on wildland fires that they staff up with a group of individuals for the purpose is just to be, it's almost like a rapid intervention crew that we use on structure fires, but in the wildland environment. And it's to do highly technical extrications of injured firefighters on wildland incidents. I mean, that's what the REMS module is. I haven't, like I said, that may be a misspelling on the model thing there, but that's what that is.
I see. And why would we be doing that in our district?
What we would end up doing is we have these highly qualified people already because of our urban search and rescue team and the skills we have. So really all we're doing is qualifying people so they can respond out on a mutual aid incident, and we'd get fully reimbursed for that then. So that's why. It's just because we have an incredibly skilled staff of people that are skilled in technical rescue.
I see. So we would get reimbursed for the cost of this?
We would get reimbursed when we deploy them, yes.
Oh, but not for the training.
Well, the nice thing is they're really already trained. So yeah, because like I said, we have the USAR team here, our folks are already trained to those levels. So part of it is just getting the task book signed off and some, small little, things like that. But yeah, there may be some incidental expenses that we don't get reimbursed for, as we complete the task book but any of the deployments we would get reimbursed for.
So again, from 2 years ago, we're going from 7,000 to 97,000, so a $90,000 increase. Again, it doesn't seem to have much substance here to understand how that helps our district. Any other comments? Well, are there any other comments on the whole budget, or are we finished? I mean, we've come to the end of all the programs. Well, let me come back then to kind of what we're going to vote on here. I would like to see having the budget be as close to what we're going to do. And if we know tonight that we're going to add a position and $340,000 roughly to the budget, I would like to see us do that so that we're at least we've got some support for what we're going to be doing rather than doing that at the last minute a month from now. And if that's too difficult to do, then, I'll Chief, let me ask you, do you think you could get that changed and be able to publish this?
Absolutely. I think Michelle has been emailing me. She has the information that's necessary to make, I think, the changes to the resolution. And I think we can work our way through it so we can get the right resolution done.
Okay, then,
Yeah. Chuck?
yes, go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, thanks. We're also going to include those acting captains positions that the chief wanted, correct?
That's already in the budget.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure that was a request that was made by the chief. I just want to make sure it's covered. Thank you.
Okay. I'm correct, right, Chief? That's already.
Yes, that's correct. If you approve the preliminary budget, those positions are in it.
Okay.
So let me ask then, going back to the beginning here of where the resolution is, I guess we need a motion to approve a resolution to approve the fiscal year preliminary budget and full-time equivalent staffing level. Can somebody make such a motion?
Can you hang on 1 second? I want to make it easy for you. If that helps.
Oh, okay. There's a printed version of the motion. Who'd like to make that motion?
I'll make it.
Okay, Rob, and I need a
I'll
second.
second.
Virginia seconding. And
Okay. I will approve by resolution the fiscal year 2022, 2023 preliminary budget and full-time equivalent staffing level and add $340,000 to the preliminary budget for the following. Add new administrative services director, reclassification administrative services manager to finance manager.
thank you, Rob. Okay.
Thank you, Michelle.
It's been moved. It's been moved and Virginia has seconded. Any comments?
If any member of the public has a comment on agenda item number 11, you can engage the raise hand feature or press *9 on the telephone if you called in. And last call for public comment. And Director Bernstein, I see none, so you may continue.
Actually, if you would call roll call vote, I'd appreciate it.
Director Jones,
Aye.
Director Corrali,
Aye.
Director McLaughlin. You're on mute. There we
Sorry.
go.
Aye.
Thank you. Director Solano
Aye.
and Director Bernstein.
Aye. And the preliminary budget and full-time equivalent staffing level is approved 5-0. The resolution is approved. Okay, I will go now. That ends the regular agenda. I'll go to item 12 for any committee reports. Emergency preparedness committee report.
I don't have anything to say, Virginia.
No.
Okay, human resources.
Yeah, Robert and I met. We reviewed the preliminary budget requests that we just went over, and we discussed the mandatory age requirement for public safety employees, and Francine is going to do some research on that for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Strategic planning.
Rob and I met and reviewed the budget items assigned with staff, and those items were discussed here tonight.
Okay, finance, Virginia.
I think we pretty much covered everything that the finance committee looked at tonight.
Okay, thank you. Liaison reports, Town of Atherton, Jim.
No.
Well, wait, hold on, Jim. Elizabeth, for some reason, thought that I was still the liaison, so she wanted me to give a quick update, if you don't mind. She just texted it to me before she left. But I told her you were the liaison, Jim, so I think that she's probably
Yeah,
going
thank
to
you.
text you in the future. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, so Elizabeth says that yesterday, Andres Acevedo, instructor of the Office of Emergency Management, gave a 3+ hour course on NIMS and SIMS overview for senior officials in Atherton's new chambers. There were 3 council members, the city manager, finance director, public works director, and the deputy city manager / city clerk from Atherton, and the acting city manager from the city of Menlo Park and others. It was very well presented and a lot of important information given. And that's pretty much what she said. And so, Jim, I reminded her that you're the liaison, but she texted this to me before I told her that.
Okay, thank you.
Of the city of East, I have the city of East Palo Alto, and last month I said that I had contacted the mayor and had not heard back. Now the ball is in my court. The mayor, I did hear back from the mayor. He wants to set up a time to talk about a possible meeting, and I need to respond to him. So I'm making progress on that. County of San Mateo, was Rob?
City of Menlo Park was next.
Oh, I'm sorry, I jumped over. City of Menlo Park.
I don't have anything. I know that the chief and I were trying to, I gave, well, he's supposed to reach out to the city manager to hopefully schedule a meeting, whether we want it to be like a joint meeting with, like we had with Atherton, or just an individual meeting at first. We're just waiting to hear back from the city manager.
Okay, County of San Mateo.
Nothing to report.
Okay, and the San Mateo Pre-Hospital Emergency Medical Joint Powers Authority.
So we are having our first meeting of the year on Thursday at 6:30. I think that's Thursday, the 19th. Chief, I sent you that information. I just got this info from them yesterday, Monday. And so that meeting's going to be via Zoom at 6:30. And so whatever, we do, or, I'll just report back to the board at next month's board meeting. But this will be the first meeting that we have of the year since the January meeting was canceled.
I've got it on my calendar, Director, and it's
Thank you.
for tomorrow night at 6:30.
Yes. Is it tomorrow or the Thursday?
Tomorrow
The
night.
18th, sorry, the 18th, yeah.
Okay, and ad hoc committee reports, Robert, diversity, equity, and inclusion.
I had a meeting that we had on last for the month of, at the end of the month of April. We discussed, we finalized the DEI metric focus area and category title. And we also looked at the content areas that would follow, and we made a few changes on the content area. And then we also focus in on our schedule, workflow schedule, and we are now going into phase 3 of that schedule, and that is looking at collecting data that we had identified in the areas, category areas, such as within the area of hiring, representation, retention, advancement, job satisfaction and engagement, accessibility, and leadership and supplies. And then, so this is phase 3 of a 5-phase program, or steps that we got for ourselves, with the final step being looking at it to hopefully come to the board with a outline of a plan at that point in time. So that's it for now, unless I'm sorry I didn't have a written report for you, but I can send you exactly what we talked about, those, because I have spreadsheets on that, and then you can, at the next meeting, you can ask me any questions on that. Virginia?
Yeah, I just want to say that Robert has done a fantastic job in putting together the agenda for our meetings, and talking about a very sensitive subject, but also very relevant. And so, Robert, I just want to thank you for the great job that you're doing. And also I wanted to thank Francine as well, because she is working very hard to make sure that, we're getting the data and the information that we've requested. So thank you to Francine and the chief as well. But I think that Francine and Robert have really done a fantastic job putting together everything.
Francine, if you're on still awake, and don't mind answering the call, is there anything you want to add?
So I also want to thank Director Jones for doing a really great job and kind of spearheading this. The only other things that I just want to briefly add is that we went over the demographics of the district population, the demographics of the district workforce, and then also the demographic data of our most recent firefighting testing, because we used a new vendor to go through for the state testing, and to kind of look at each phase of the process, the demographic groups that were included or excluded from the process. So we did kind of briefly touch.
Can I add another quick thing to that? Oh, I don't know if Francine got cut off or what.
I think she's frozen. Virginia, why don't you go ahead and finish up?
Oh, mine was just that the information Francine gathered, I think, is very eye-opening, and I'm hoping that at some point we'll be able to present something to the board.
Okay, thank you.
That said, I think we'll be able to kind of, we'll be in the phase 3, because we got a meeting coming up soon. And then at the next board meeting, we'll be able to lay some more information out to you. So that's it, I think from us. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you, Robert. Jim, do you have anything on the water companies and water pressure? You may be on, you're on mute, Jim.
Yeah. This is Rob. Chuck.
Oh.
Go,
Go ahead, Rob.
no, I was just gonna say that we're waiting for our fire marshal to come up with the evaluation that we asked for. What, it's been over a month, but it's a lot of work for the fire marshal to do and prepare a report relative to the different water companies that service. You want anything, Jim?
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. And then I'll just say ambulance service, again, that's on hold right now. We don't seem to be having the issues we were having before, so we won't do anything about that unless and until there's a need. Okay, reports and requests of directors. Item 15. Any directors have any reports or requests? Rob?
Chuck, I'd sent you and the chief an email regarding the, in fact, let me pull it up, involving the fire safety for high density residences that are being built not only in our community, but within our fire district. And I attached the reference in the goal and policy of the program relative to Menlo Park. And I don't know what East Palo Alto is or Atherton or the county falls into, but I'd like to make that a discussion item with our fire marshal at our next meeting. Do you see the referred email that I had asked for, Chuck?
I haven't seen it yet. I don't know when you sent it. Was it today you sent it?
No, I sent it on May 16th.
Okay, I'll have to look for it. I'm sorry, I have not seen it yet.
Well, what I did was I just referenced the work plan for the city of Menlo Park, as I don't know what the work plans are for the city of East Palo Alto or Atherton or the southern part of county, which is part of our district. So I just referenced the Menlo Park work plan.
This regarding water pressure, Rob?
No, it's a request. It's involving the housing, the high density, the different housing projects. Yeah, with the different zoning and involving the laxing or going around some of the fire safety requirements by the state of California. And I'd like that as an item to discuss with our fire marshal.
I'm sorry, I did see that. Where was it? The city council was going to have a discussion about relaxing certain rules. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, there's certain fire safety rules with these new high density or low income housing projects.
I'm sorry, I did see that. I wasn't sure what you're referring to, but it seemed like it's not something that's passed at this point. It's something that they're considering ways that we could relax certain standards to allow additional density or something.
Right.
What I know that they're looking at the only thing I know about along that affordable housing realm is that they've gone from gas to all electric in affordable housing. So any housing going to be built is going to be, they won't be using gas at all. Everything's going to be going electric.
Well,
Yeah.
There may be other issues.
Okay.
no, this,
And I think this is
Correct.
something that should go to the fire marshal, actually, because he's the one that would be keeping up on that. Um, uh,
Yeah, if
and-
I could share briefly, directors, I read that with interest and forwarded to our fire marshal, John Johnston, and he gave me a reply back that it might be of interest to share with the whole board, so you can just, I'm sure it'll be a subject that comes up in every community, and we will never reduce our standards, and, we have certain minimum standards. We're always willing to work with local governments in trying to find ways to collaborate with them. So if you would like to have that conversation at the next board meeting, we could have a receive and file report or something like that. It might be interesting for the board to hear it and see it. And I know we had a member of the community that saw it and was also concerned, and it would just be probably good for the public to hear also what our position is on that we won't ever jeopardize fire safety related to those projects.
In fact, it was forwarded to me by one of our recipients of our community.
Yeah.
Okay, any other report? Okay. President's report, I just have a real quick thing, and that's just information that I think is for the chief and for Michelle. I am flying to New York tomorrow morning. So as of tomorrow morning, I'll be out of state for a week. And I think I'm supposed to report that, so you know that if there's something that comes up where I would be needed, that you would need to contact Rob instead of me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thursday, I'll be in Arizona for the next 5 days. So even myself, I'll be out of town too after Thursday.
Well, maybe we can then go back to our previous president of the board, Jim, to be the backup after that.
Okay.
Any reason to not do that from the board members?
Chain of command, chain of structure.
Okay, so we have, I'm gone tomorrow, Rob is here for a while, and then Jim, and I'll be back a week from tomorrow. So,
Okay.
okay.
Everybody have a safe trip. Everybody have a safe trip.
I have to call now for public comment, last public comment. If there's anybody, Michelle, will you call for that, please?
Yes, if anybody has any public comment, please engage the raise hand feature or press *9 if you called in. Last call for public comment. And Director Bernstein, I see none. You may continue.
Okay, well, thank you all. This has been a long evening, but we got through everything. Thank you for your patience and your hard work. And I will adjourn the meeting at this point and see everybody soon. Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.